Zoobreak by Korman. Chapter 1. The People vs. Mr. Drysdale, person, and Cleopatra Drysdale, monkey. Closing argument. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense has shown that when Officer McElroy gave Mr. Drysdale a ticket for unsafe driving, this was not fair because 1. Mr. Drysdale was not breaking any laws. 2. Luther Drysdale, dog, was hanging his head out of the window, which every dog does. 3. Everyone in Zedarva knows that Cleopatra always rides on the back of Luther's neck, whether driving in a car or not. Officer McElroy claims that Cleopatra could have fallen off, creating a traffic hazard. However, the defense has proven that capuchin monkeys are excellent grippers and have been hanging off of tree branches, dogs' necks, etc. for thousands of years. We therefore ask you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to return the verdict of not guilty so Mr. Drysdale won't have to pay the $50 fine. Ben Slovak looked up from the paper. Do they have juries in traffic court? Okay, I'll change it to Your Honor. Griffin Bing was impatient. What about the reasoning? Perfect, right? Ben wanted to agree with Griffin. Life was so much smoother when you did. I guess so, he said uncertainly. But wouldn't it be easier just to pay the ticket? Never, Griffin thundered. There can't possibly be a law against driving around with a monkey piggybacking your dog. The whole thing comes down to the cop saying it isn't safe. Who do you think knows more about animal? The cop, or Savannah? No contest here. Their fellow sixth grader Savannah Drysdale was Zedarver's greatest authority on animals. In addition of Cleopatra and Luther, she was the housemaid. She refused cars of the owner of cats, rabbits, hamsters, turtles, a parakeet, and an albino chameleon. Ben looked distracted. Listen, Griffin, I need to talk to you about something. Later, Griffin promised. I want to get this over to Savannah's. I can't wait to see the look on her face when she reads our plan for her dad's defense. Wordlessly, Ben followed Griffin down the street and up to Drysdale's front walk. He didn't argue with Griffin when there was a plan involved. In this town, Griffin Bing was the man with the plan. Griffin marched up to the house and rang the bell. Almost instantly, the door was flung open and Savannah burst out into the porch, eyes wide. You've gotta hurt me, she cried. Griffin thrust the paper into her hand. Don't worry, we have a plan. Savannah stared at the closing argument like it was written in Martin. What's this supposed to be? Your father's defense for the traffic ticket. Are you nuts? Savannah wailed. Nobody cares about the ticket. Cleopatra is gone. Chapter 2. Gone? Griffin repeated. Gone where? Savannah could barely contain herself. Or if I know that, I'd go get her back, wouldn't I? When did you last see her? Ben asked with kind concern. She was puttering around the backyard, relaxing in the hammock and listening to NPR. And when I came out with her plantains, she wasn't there anymore. You mean you left her outside all alone? Ben asked. She probably ran away. Savannah was indignant. She's a monkey, not a wild animal. Cleo knows where she lives. Something happened to her. She would never just leave like this. She wiped at her watery eyes. Poor Luther. Ben was mystified. If Cleopatra is the one who's missing, why poor Luther? She regarded him pityingly. How would you like to lose your best friend? Ben assumed a stricken look and turned to Griffin. I really need to talk to you about something, man. Before Griffin could respond, the door swung wide open, and out slunk Luther, both boys' foes, poised for flight. Savannah might have thought her dog was the mildest, sweetest creature on earth, but Griffin and Ben did not share her opinion. Luther was large, brown and black, Doberman with rippling mustaches and jaws as wide as smart hippos. Not long ago, this animal had been trained guard dog. Means as they come, it had taken all Savannah's skills as a dog whisperer to bring him down to merely vicious. But they could see right away that Luther was not himself. His taut, athletic belly practically dragged on the floor, and his face sagged with sadness. From time to time, he would swipe at the back of his neck, as if feeling for the absent monkey. His constant threatening growl has been replaced by sad whimpering sounds. We've got posters all over town, Savannah went on. I can't leave the house in case somebody phones. You've got to do this for me. Griffin was cautious. Do what? I thought of a few extra places we forgot to search first time around. Places Cleo really likes. Jungle Gym at Growing Minds Daycare, the blue box behind the Chinese restaurant where they throw out the empty pineapple tins, and the top of that shaky dryer at the laundromat. She stopped for breath. Take Luther. He'll be able to pick up Cleo's scent. She held out the big dog's leash. They made no move to take it. Griffin gulped. Are you sure this is a good idea? Savannah patted the dog sympathetically. The poor sweet baby needs to feel like he's helping. He's so upset he can't even eat. Can I get that inviting? Ben asked nervously. Dumpster diving behind the Mandarin Palace was a smelly and sticky business, but Luther had no interest in licking the sweet syrup from the pineapple tins. Nor did the Doberman pick up any trace of the lost monkey friend. This is perfect, Ben complained, hanging out in the garbage with a killing machine. Does he even know what he's supposed to be looking for? Griffin held on the leash with both hands, as if landing a fighting marlin. Savannah says when he picks up the scent, he'll probably go berserk, and that's a good thing. Ben squeaked. I like him this way, depressed, harmless. Let's run him by the daycare and the laundromat before he gets his appetite back. You think I'm thrilled about this? Griffin said irritably. I'm the one holding the leash. Look, Savannah's our friend. You know how much animals mean to her. Luther drooped behind the dumpster and emitted a yawn that opened his mouth wide enough to accommodate a good-sized head. What if the monkey just ran away? Ben asked shakily. Of course it ran away, Griffin agreed, but if Savannah needs to search every inch of Zetterverse before she admits that, we have to let her. Come on, let's hit the daycare before we empty out the diapers. Jenny. There was no signs of Cleopatra at the Growing Minds. At the laundromat, 2 cats were established atop the shaky dryer. No monkey. Ben sighed with relief. Okay, now we take Luther home. Right? They were halfway back to Trista's house when a sudden bark erupted from the Doberman. The next second, the leash was wrenched from Griffin's hand as the big dog galloped across lawns and through flower beds. Savannah's going to kill us, Ben panted as they pursued the runaway. First the monkey, now Luther. We can't lose him, gasped Griffin. By the time they caught up with him, the Doberman was in such a state of excitement that they didn't dare go closer than 20 feet. The animal leaped about, springing on powerful legs, an urgent, high-pitched whine issuing from deep in his throat. Griffin pointed. "What's that in his mouth?" When the dog was off again, barreling down the street at breakneck speed. He vaulted over the gate at the Trisdale home and ran forward into the front door. The thud seemed to echo of every building in Catterver. Griffin and Ben bounded up to the walk just as Savannah appeared on the porch. Luther deposited an object on the mat at her feet. It was a blackened, squashed, half-eaten banana. "Oh my God," Savannah quavered. "Cleo's been kidnapped." Griffin was blown away. "It says that on the banana. Don't you see? It was used to lure her out of our yard." Ben chose his words carefully. "Yeah, but how do you know that isn't just a regular banana somebody dropped? Are you blind? Cleo's scent is all over it. Why do you think Luther is acting this way?" "He's hungry," Ben suggested feebly. Yet it was obvious that the Doberman was not eating his find. His intention had always been to bring it to Savannah. She was devastated. "This is even worse than I thought. Cleo isn't lost. She'd been abducted. I've got to update the police." She wheeled and disappeared into the house, Luther at her heels. "You're welcome," Ben called after her. Griffin turned to go. "Take it easy on Savannah. She's in her worst nightmare come true. I even feel kind of bad for the mutt. Maybe it really is sad about losing his friend." Ben blanched. "Griffin, I have to go to boarding school," he blurted. "I mean, you wouldn't think a hungry beast could have feelings, but..." Griffin pulled up short. "What did you just say?" Ben's expression was tragic. "There's the special boarding school for kids with sleep disorders. I'm number 1 on the waiting list for the next open shot." Ben suffered from narcolepsy, a condition which could make him fall asleep suddenly at an hour of day or night. Griffin was shocked. "But I thought that's all under control. That's why you take those special naps during the day." "The academy has the top experts in the country," Ben explained. "There are no things to try that a doctor in a tighter little town on Long Island might never even heard about." He made a face. "At least that's what my parents say." "But you'll be gone," Griffin protested. "Only to New Jersey. I'll be able to come home some weekends." The pavement seemed to sway under Griffin's feet. "That's not good enough. What's the point of having a best friend if you only get him some weekends? You want us to end up like Luther, dragging around the house lower than a caterpillar, barely able to scrape up the energy to bite a cable guy?" Ben sat down on the curbstone, staring glumly at the scuffed toes of his sneakers. "You think I want to go to that dumb school? But if my folks say I have to go, what can I do about it?" Griffin was offended. How can you, of all people, ask me that question? First, we come up with a plan. Chapter 3. Problem. Ben might have to go to the DuPont Youth Academy for sleep science. Objective. Stop this at all costs. Step 1. Griffin stared at a blank page on his desk at school. He'd started this plan in English class, and now math and social studies had come and gone. And here he was in science at progress point zero. Not a word, not a thought, not even a doodle. It was worse than Cleopatra's disappearance. And not just because Ben wasn't a monkey. Cleo was already gone. It was too bad, but at least damage was done. Ben, on the other hand, was going. The griffin still couldn't find a way to stop it. It was enough to drive a guy crazy. In his 11 years, Griffin Bing has devised countless plans, some big, some small. One of them had even managed to rescue $1 million baseball card. How could he come up empty? Now of our times, when his best friend hung in the balance. How could the man with the plan draw a blank on the most important plan of his life? Unhappy and frustrated, he looked around the classroom. He found his gloom reflected in Ben's expression. His friend was gazing out the window, his head already in New Jersey at the academy he didn't want to attend. Then there was Savannah, in a state of sustained outrage that the police would not accept the banana as evidence of a kidnapping. She had pulled down 60 lost posters and replaced them with abducted ones. The stress wars and sleepless nights were taking their toll. But Savannah wasn't the only classmate in the blue funk these days. Antonia Benson, who went by her rock-climbing nickname, Pitch, was bummed because her family's trip to Devers Tower has been cancelled. Mr. Benson had dropped a bowling ball on his foot, and it was too swollen to cram into a hiking boot. Child actor Logan Kellerman was depressed because his only line had been cut from the orange juice commercial he'd finally managed to get part in. It was impossible to read the expression on the face of computer whiz Melissa the Dukakis, a shy girl left behind a curtain of long stringy hair. But it was a sure thing she was frowning in there somewhere. Everyone knew she had suffered a catastrophic system meltdown. It had blacked out 3 blocks of the Caterpillar power grid. We are not a class, Griffin thought morosely. We're an Undertaker's convention. Was anyone in the whole school in a good mood? Suddenly the door flew open. Hey, everybody, announced a loud, brash voice. Isn't it a great day? Linebacker-sized Darren Vader didn't just enter our room. He exploded into it, battling windows and pens and sending loose people rafting in our direction. I suppose it is for you, Darren, Mr. Martinez sighed. I hope you have a good reason for being 4 hours late. With a flourish, Darren presented his note. Sailing lessons, Mr. M. My dad took me out on Long Island Sound. Mr. Martinez was not impressed with this excuse. During school hours, he asked. Darren shrugged. It's too crowded on the weekends. My dad says I've got America's Cup potential. I need plenty of space to let it all hang out. He walked to his seat, Robin Griffin as he passed. How's it going, Busher boy? Griffin saw red. You're not allowed to talk about that. Yes. Griffin's father was the creator of the Smart Pick TM, a high-tech fruit picking tool. Now Mr. Bing was working on a new invention to roll a busher. It is the 2-wheeled motorized scooter with a smart pick, dock, and a bushel basket. The whole project was supposed to be top secret. Darren took the seat beside Griffin and leaned over to whisper, "Wait a minute. NASCAR fans? What's that in the pole position? It's Jeff Gordon on a roller bushel. It only goes 12 miles an hour, but when the race is over, he can sell apples at trackside." Griffin shivered in his seat. "Not another word, Bader. Just because your mom is a patent lawyer, touchy picker, man." "That's enough," Mr. Martinez exclaimed. "Griffin and Darren, if you can't behave yourselves, you will not be joining us on the field trip to All Aboard Animals next week." Savannah perked up a little bit. "You mean the floating zoo?" The teacher nodded. "They are docking at the Rutherford Point Preserve, and school groups are invited to visit." He turned back to Griffin and Darren. "But if you two can't control yourselves, you will not be included." Darren puffed a stream of hot air through a hollowed-out pen at the back of Griffin's neck. Griffin hunkered down and concentrated his attention on the plan. Step 1. Chapter 4. The Rutherford Point Preserve was located on the neck of the land of the North Shore of Long Island. Back in the 1800s, it had been a waterfront estate belonging to multi-million oil tycoon Beaumont Rutherford. He had bequeathed the property to the state of New York to use as a park. The place's history as a rich man hideaway was very much in evidence as Cadaver's school bus circled a 25-foot-high wrought iron fence and entered through the towering front gate. Even Darren was impressed. "Whoa, I'm going to get myself a place like this when I get rich and leave you losers in the dust." Mr. Martinez laughed tolerantly. "You better start saving now, Darren. Remember why the Rutherford family had to give it away. Even they couldn't afford to pay the taxes." Darren shrugged. "So I invite a dump pick or something like that. How hard can it be?" Griffin was about to whack Darren with his lunch bag when he noticed that Ben had dozed off in the seat beside him. The timing of the field trip had thrown off his friend's corrective nap schedule. "Wake up, man," Griffin hissed, with a sharp elbow to Ben's ribs. Ben's head bobbed upright. "I'm awake." He peered out the window. "Wow, look at this place." The main house was a gray stone castle, complete with turrets and towering balconies. Melissa peered through her hair curtain. "Is that the zoo?" "Nice crib," Darren exclaimed. "I wish I was an animal." "You are," Griffin pointed out. "A pig." "That's not fair," Savannah protested. "Pigs are highly intelligent, sensitive creatures." All Aboard Animals is a floating zoo, Mr. Martinez reminded them. "Look, everybody." The bus crested a rise, and the gleaming waters of Long Island Sound stretched out before them. Moored at the wooden wharf was a large boat that resembled a Mississippi River steamer, long and rectangular, with a paddle wheel at the stern. The bus parked behind two others and onto the dock as they waited for the class ahead of them to fire down the gangway. Griffin noted that the paddle wheel steamer didn't look quite as spiffy as it had from a distance. The paint that wasn't peeling was considered faded, and close up they could see the pictures of jungle cats, elephants, and giraffes on the hull for merely decades. Savannah was frowning. "No way is there a giraffe on the ship. Even a baby would have a head sticking right through the roof. And an elephant? That'd probably break through the deck." Finally, It was their turn to go aboard. The first thing Griffin noticed as he stepped inside the hatch was an overpowering foul smell. Heads retreated into shoulders. Fingers came up to hold noses. As usual, Darren was the first to find his very nasal voice. Ugh, what hit this place? A stink bomb the size of California? Only Savannah was unaffected. What a bunch of babies. Animals have a smile, just like people do. We just don't notice our own. But, she added disapprovingly, it's possible that the cages aren't being cleaned as often as they should be. The interior of the paddle boat was cramped, airless, and badly lit. They were greeted by Mr. Nastase, the manager. He was a tall, cadaverous man in a hand-tailored suit with shirt cuffs that set off his impeccable manicure. Even his haircut looked expensive. Welcome to our port animals, he intoned. You stand on the threshold of the incredible adventures. His speech was dramatic, but it was obvious he'd given it 10,000 times, and it bored him mightily. Savannah couldn't hold back her curiosity. She waved her hand right under his pointed nose, but he ignored her, studiously focusing on the rivet in the bulkhead behind the class. Finally, she blurted out, Mr. Nastase, exactly what kind of animals do you have? I'm glad you asked me that, the zookeeper deadpanned, smoothing down a thin mustache that had shaped like apex of the Great Pyramid and looking anything but glad. You will see animals that will astound you, animals from the four corners of the earth. He droned on for some time about what they were going to see. When it was over, he still didn't mention a single animal. Even Mr. Martinez was being impatient with the man. How about a little hint? He asked. Mr. Nastase drew himself up to a tall, gaunt height. I will not spoil your voyage of discovery. He disappeared into a small cabin marked office. The class followed Mr. Martinez through a low hatch and gathered around the first exhibit. There was a dim barb cast of the yellowish glow in the small mesh cage. Inside cowered a beady-eyed furry creature that would have fit in palm or any of their hands. A chipmunk! Pitch exclaimed in disbelief. I almost stepped on one of those on the way to school this morning. This is from the four corners of my yard, not the four corners of the earth. Savannah shushed her sharply. Animals may not speak our language, but they can sense if you don't respect them. He has feelings, you know. This is only the first exhibit, soothed Mr. Martinez. I'm sure they have more exciting things to show us. Let's reserve judgment until we've seen the entire collection. They continued their tour of the paddle wheel steamer and its caged exhibits. The closer they got to the heart of the ship, the more the smells and the stale air intensified. There were some interesting animals, a meerkat, a prairie dog, a chuckwalla, and a great horned owl, which opened one big yellow eye and looked baleful at their interruption. But they all seemed undersized and listless, and the rest of the collection was incredibly ordinary. An assortment of hamsters, frogs, garter snakes, turtles, mice, and a ferret that was either very young or just plain puny. A sickly chicken marched nervously around a cage marked farm animals, next down to skin and bones piglets. This class wandered among the displays in stunned silence. Ben tapped Griffin on the shoulder. Is it just me, or is this place really, really lame? This place would have rise of 500% to improve to lame. Griffin agreed. Look at Mr. Martinez. I don't think he's too thrilled. Never mind him, said Ben. Check out Savannah. Savannah Drister was so outraged that she actually radiated heat. She darted from cage to cage, and each new discovery twisted her face further out of shape. This habitat hasn't been cleaned in days, she seethed. The water is dirty and brackish. The ferret cage is half the size it should be. How can a growing baby develop muscle tones without room enough to turn around? The meerkat and chaguala need extra heat. The loon barely has a feather left. The beaver is high and dry. Griffin stepped in front of her. Savannah, take a breath. I'm not going to take a breath, she insisted. None of the animals can breathe in this torture chamber. Why should we breathe? At that moment, Mr. Nastes appeared beside our enclosure. Is there a problem? This whole place is a problem. Savannah couldn't hold herself back. She was genuinely fuming. It's too dark. It's not properly ventilized. The animals are neglected, undernourished. I'm sure you're mistaken, young lady, the zookeeper said stiffly, his deep frown forming the lines of his mustache into the arrowhead. Perhaps you'll be happier with your newest addition, our pride and joy. He led the group through a hatch to a smaller cabin, which held a single cage. Griffin could already hear the sounds of rats scrambling from within the enclosure, followed by excited animal chatter. The scream that came from Savannah was barely human. Cleo! Chapter 5. Cleo! Savannah bounded across the cabin and pressed her face against the mesh of the cage. Capuchin Monkey nuzzled up to her, screeching loudly. It's okay, sweetie, I'm here. She reared on the zookeeper, eyes shooting sparks. What are you doing with my monkey? His mustache was nearly 2 vertical lines. There must be a misunderstanding. Eleanor is our latest attraction at our aboard animals. She's not Eleanor. She's Cleopatra, and she's mine. My dear, I'm not your dear. You stole my monkey. Mr. Martinez stepped between them. What's going on here? Savannah, you had a monkey? She even got a traffic ticket, Ben put it helpfully. I still have her, Savannah insisted. She's right there. Can't you see how she responds to me? Capuchins are excitable, Mr. Nastes lectured. Of course, Eleanor became agitated when you pressed so close to the cage. You were invading her space. You obviously have a lot to learn about animals. A gasp went up in the cast. At age 11, Savannah knew more about animals than most zoology professors did. She turned anxiously to her teacher. Mr. Martinez, aren't you going to hurt me? This flying dungeon has no right to keep Cleopatra. She's mine. Mr. Martinez looked profoundly disturbed. Are you absolutely sure of this? Yes, 100%. That's not possible, Mr. Nastes said confidently. Eleanor has been with us for months. We have the paperwork, the Bureau of Seers to prove it. Our capuchins look alike, and there are no distinguishing marks or physical abnormalities on Eleanor. I sympathize that you seem to have lost your own monkey, dear girl, but she is not our Eleanor. Not true, Savannah stormed. You stole Cleo right out of my yard. Mr. Martinez was at a complete loss about what to do. He has a birth of seer, so he says, Savannah scoffed. I haven't seen it, and even if I do see it, I won't believe it, because it'll be fake. Mr. Nastes made an elaborate show of checking his watch. My goodness, where did the time go? Oh, yes, it was wasted on slander and accusations. Your tour is over. His brow clouded menacingly. Now. Savannah looked beseechingly at her teacher, but Mr. Martinez shook his head sadly. I want to help you, but the school can't get involved with this. You have to talk to our parents. You can't stay here, Savannah protested. This place is a germ factory. Sure, get sick. All those poor animals were, if they're not sick already. She grabbed the door of the monkey cage and began to heave on it. A padlock held it in place. In growing agitation, she tried to pick up the entire cage. It was bolted to the bulkhead and wouldn't budge. The zookeeper watched her with alarm. Claws, he called. The man who came running was at least a man and a half, and huge hands and enormous feet. Size 22 construction boots pounded the deck with every step. Escort our guests ashore, please, Mr. Nestes ordered, and make sure they get back on their bus. Claus frowned at the clock. There's still 20 minutes to go, he rumbled in a voice that sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well. Not for this lot, the zookeeper said cordially. They've already caused disturbance enough. Mr. Martinez gently but firmly pulled Savannah off the cage. Claus began herding the visitors back through the exhibits through the gangway. As the disembarked, they must have appeared totally cowed, because they drew stares from the students' groups waiting to go in next. You guys are in for a treat, Darren assured them. Savannah seemed to be planning a bull run back onto the paddleboard. I can't leave her. Mr. Martinez held on to her arm. I understand you're upset, he said firmly, but maybe you were seeing Cleopatra there because you wanted to see her. Going back will only create more of a scene. Savannah shuffled and looked torn, offering neither excuse nor apology. The uncomfortable silence was broken by Griffin. Mr. Martinez, I don't know much about monkeys, but I know Savannah. If she says that's Cleopatra, that's good enough for me. Ben stepped forward. Me too. They're right, said Pitch. There's no way that Mr. Nasty understands animals like Savannah. He's got the crummiest zoo I ever seen. One by one, the students had expressed support for their classmate. Her record as an animal expert spoke for itself. Even Darren was supportive. Much as I hate to agree with these knuckleheads, my money's on this deer. That guy jacked the monkey. All this only served to make Mr. Martinez feel more defensive. I'm not disagreeing with any of you, but I'm not a policeman. The score is not the Supreme Court. Savannah, you're going to have to take this up with your parents. They'll decide what to do. Savannah was silent as the class boarded their bus for the drive back to the Saturday. Her eyes never left the scratched window, and beyond that, the paddleboat where she knew Cleopatra was being held captive. Griffin watched her, a gnawing feeling deep in her stomach. Mr. Nastes said no, so it was no. Mr. Martinez said no, so it was no. Didn't Savannah have rights? Beside him, Ben let out a tremulous yawn. Did any kid? Chapter 6. The smart picked yam, roller busher, threaded its way through the obstacle course of orange cones that its inventor had set up in the garage. Mr. Bing came to a halt and hopped off, looking pleased with himself. You see, the platform swivels so it's more maneuverable in the tight space of our orchard. Griffin sat on one of the other prototypes that were lined up against the back wall. Awesome, Dad, he said listily. His father's brow clouded. So why doesn't the Vader see that? She's dragging her feet and submitting the paperwork. She thinks the roller pusher needs to be more unique to get approved by the patent office. Griffin didn't look up. Great. Mr. Bing frowned. Guess I'm not the only one with problems. He perched on the workbench beside his son. All right, out with it. No, nothing, Griffin mumbled. I was just, thinking. Mr. Bing nodded. I talked to Mr. Slovak last night. Griffin looked up in surprise. Yes, I have a life too. I don't spend all my lifetime here with my nose buried in electric motors. You're worried about Ben going away to boarding school, right? It's not fair, Dad. Nobody asked him if he wants to go to some academy in New Jersey. His father raised an eyebrow. Did it ever occur to you that Ben needs that academy? He doesn't need it, Griffin insisted hotly. He's doing fine. He takes a 15-minute nap at school every day, and he's as awake as anybody. None of the kids even know about it. They think he goes to nurse for allergy meds. Mr. Bing nodded. You're right. Ben's not doing too badly now. But no one stays 11 forever. But if he can't drive a car because he might fall asleep at the wheel, what if the condition gets worse? Ben is going to have a completely normal life with no limits, and it might take some doing. He can't pass up the chance to work with the very top people in that field. Griffin was too unhappy to be logical. Dad could talk from today until tomorrow and make it seem like the most sensible thing in the world. But there was only one reason why Ben was going to this dumb sleep school. Because he didn't have the power to say no. He was a kid in an adult world, and that was a powerless thing to do. There was a tapping at the metal door, and Mr. Bing poked her head into the garage. Griffin, your friend Savannah is waiting for you in the den. Thanks. He followed his mother into the house. It was the day of the big meeting. The Distairs has gone to see their lawyer in the New York City to talk about Cleopatra and how to get the monkey back. They have been unable to identify Eleanor as Savannah's missing pet during their own visit to the floating zoo. But they had complete faith in their daughter's knowledge of animals. Everybody did. Savannah sat on the couch watching Shark Week, an expression of deep distaste on her delicate features. It never ceases to amaze me what people will do to make money off animals, she complained. They're acting like sharks are dangerous just to get high ratings for their TV shows. Never mind that, said Griffin. How did it go with the lawyer? Her face crumpled, and for the first time he noticed the circles around her eyes. I think Cleo's going to have to live in that offer boat. Griffin was horrified. The lawyer said that? She nodded miserably. He said a bird of a sale is legally binding unless I can prove that Cleo is mine. So prove it then, Griffin insisted. Call that friend of yours, the animal scientist. Dr. Kathleen Arford. She's curator of the Long Island Zoo. Surely she knows how to identify a stolen monkey. Savannah shook her head sadly. I tried that. Dr. Arford said the only way to prove that Eleanor is really Cleopatra is through DNA. I have to go through her blanket and find a few of her hairs. Then I have to send them away to a lab. It takes weeks and costs thousands of dollars. Even then, we've still got nothing unless we can match it to a DNA sample from the rear Cleopatra. Like Mr. Nasty is going to give us permission for that. We'd have to get a court order. Even if we won, it should take over a year. Cleo is a gentle, sensitive creature who thrives on companionship and love. Who knows if she could even survive that kind of mistreatment for so long? Tears streamed down her cheeks. You've got to help me, Griffin. I don't know what's left to try. Griffin stared in genuine alarm. This was Savannah, tamer of Luther. Where animals were concerned, she was the toughest kid in town. He couldn't remember even seeing her cry before. What can I do? He said honestly. What do I know about monkeys that you don't? But you're the guy who gets things done, the man with the plan. The more Griffin thought about this, the more it drove him crazy. This should have been a no-brainer. Cleopatra was missing, and Cleopatra had been found. Happy reunion, right? Wrong. Standing in the way of justice, a procession of adults. Mr. Nasty, Claus, Mr. Martinez, lab people, lawyers, even Savannah's own parents, telling her it couldn't be done. It was the Ben thing all over again. Kids living, being jerked around by the adult world. Savannah grabbed his arm, hanging on like a drying sailor. I won't ask if it was just for me, Griffin. We need a plan to save Cleopatra. But she's just a monkey? Savannah finished angrily. Griffin shut his mouth and seared it. That was exactly what he'd been about to say. And saying it to Savannah was a good way to be fed to Luther. Savannah's face flamed red. So it's okay for her to be kidnapped and held against her will? Why, if Cleo was a person, police would send a SWAT team to storm the zoo boat and rescue her. Too bad there's no SWAT team for animals, Griffin put in lamely. Savannah was resentful. Well, there should be. And suddenly, as it was with our truly great plans, Operation Zoobreak appeared, fully formed in Griffin's imagination. Chapter 7. What's a Zoobreak? Ben asked in bewilderment. Shh! Griffin looked around. The two were in the middle of the parade of Caterpillar kids heading to school the next morning, but nobody appeared to be eavesdropping. I came up with it, but it was based on something Savannah said. Think Prison Break, only with animals. Ben stared at it. You mean busting the monkey out of the zoo boat? You're not serious. No, I take that back. You're always serious. I'm no animal nuts like Savannah, Griffin said evenly. But how can we leave Cleopatra there? She'll end up skinny and moth-eaten like every other animal on that garbage barge. Besides, Savannah's our friend. Ben was adamant. Yes, I feel bad for her too, but is it even possible? Everything is possible, Griffin lectured, if you've got the right plan. Come on, Griffin, you're just kids. No sooner had the word passed Ben's lips than he wished he could cram them back down his throat. This was the last argument that would ever work on his best friend. Griffin drew himself up to his full height, towering over Ben. I know a bunch of kids who were swindled out of $1 million baseball card. And you know what those just kids did? They put together a plan and took back what was rightfully theirs. We did that on our own, and we can do it for Cleopatra. It's the same thing. It's not the same thing, Ben argued. The Babe Ruth card was right here in Caterpillar. The Ruth for Point Preserve is miles away. Not to mention that we could have gone jail for that Babe Ruth card and almost got killed before about 15 different ways. I never said it was going to be that hard, Griffin reasoned. Ben looked miserable. You know I have problems. If I get caught boosting a monkey, that's just one more reason for my parents to think I'd be better off at boarding school. I can't get mixed up in anything like this. Griffin grew solemn. That's exactly why you have to get mixed up in this. Don't you see? It could be the very last chance for the two of us to work on a plan together, Ben shook his head. You don't fight fair. Griffin jumped on this. So you're in? Laughed but nodded reluctantly. But you're going to need a lot of help. There's no way you, me, and Savannah can do it on our own. Griffin smiled. It's time to get the team back together. Chapter 8. Operation Zoobreak. Team Antonia Pitch Benson. Specialty Climbing. Objective Scale 25-foot fence. Griffin and Ben motioned Pitch down from her usual spot at the summit of the climbing apparatus in the gym. I have to take another look around and preserve, she told them after hearing the plan. I can probably get myself over. The rest of you might be a problem. Griffin nodded. We are working on finding someone to take us back on the preserve on the weekend. We all need to do more scouting before we can finalize the plan. Pitch grinned. My dad is bored stiff because he is off climbing till the swelling goes down. I bet I can talk him to driving us. Melissa Dukakis. Specialty. Computer on high tech. Objective. Electronic surveillance of all aboard animals. The lights flickered in the computer lab as Melissa downloaded the new software she designed at home. She agitated her hand, parting her stringy hair and with her eyes wide with wonder. And you want me to help? Nobody knows more about technology, Griffin told her. At least, not around here. How can we spy on the zoo boat? Melissa stared into the distance for what seemed like a long time. Finally, she said a single word. Webcams. Griffin jumped on this. You mean we plant them around Rutherford Point? How would we plug them in? Asked Ben. They make wireless ones with built-in transmitters, Melissa explained. The batteries last a week. Can we act fast? We have to, Griffin informed her. Our aboard animals set sail for the next location on April 10th. The clock is already ticking. Logan Kellerman. Specialty acting. Objective class control. That guy? Logan was so shocked that he stepped out of the spotlight. Something that almost never happened. I'm an actor, not a sumo wrestler. Griffin and Ben hustled him off the stage into the wings. You don't have to fight the guy, Griffin soothed. You just have to get to know him. When you go to scope out all aboard animals on Saturday, use your acting skills to get his attention, and then you find out as much as you can about the security on the boat after hours. Logan was relieved. I can do that. In fact, I'm beginning to feel the rollers coming to me. Don't get too fancy, Ben advised. He's a musclehead, not an idiot. You don't want him to guess that what we're up to. Shh, Logan hissed. I'm getting into character. My childhood has been painful. It's going to be a lot more painful if you get class mad at you, Griffin warned. Don't worry, you guys, Logan promised. You can count on me. This is going to be an academic award performance. Come on, Kellerman. The spotlight operator called in annoyance. You're supposed to stand on your X. Don't rush me, Logan snapped. His acting skills faced far greater challenges than one little score play. Savannah Drisdale, specialty animal expert, objective monkey handler. Luther's supper dish was the size of a slop sink, and Savannah felt it from back to back of dark fruit taller than she was. Cleo doesn't need handling, she told them. You're never going to find a more mature, well-behaved primate. It was feeding time in Savannah's room, which was a major operation. The cats, rabbits, turtles, parakeets, and the chameleon were already chowing down with gusto when Luther showed no interest in his meal. Gazing with sadness at the empty bowl, barked Cleopatra. Griffin grinned at Savannah. In that case, why don't you just stay home and we'll stuff her in a gunny sack and drag her off the boat? I will be there, Savannah insisted emotionally to whisper in her ear that it's all going to be okay. And that's not handling, asked Ben. It's friendship and support at the time when she needs it most. Poor Cleo. She's been kidnapped and held hostage on that floating sewer. Even though you're rescuing her, it'd still be traumatic. Monkeys can be very easily stressed. Everyone knows that. Griffin rolled his eyes. So I'll cross out handler and put in guidance counselor. Come on, Savannah. We're on the same side here, she read. Sorry, Griffin. You guys are awesome for doing this. I'm never going to forget it. And neither is Cleo. Ben Slovak. Specialty, smallest kitten tan. Objective, sneaking onto vote via tight space. Oh, Griffin, why do I always have to be the tight spaces guy? You don't even know if our board animals had any tight spaces. Finn and Ben headed down to Savannah's front walk, with Luther's dejected whining stirring in their ears. I'm sure they locked the boat up at night, Griffin explained. You can't predict the exact details, but we need a kid shrimpy enough to jam through a porthole just in case. Besides, I want someone on the team I trust with my life. Someone to be my assistant. Assistant to what? Ben challenged. Melissa's webcams spy on the boat. Logan's neutralize the security guy. Pitch gets us into the grounds. Esquire on board and let everybody else in. Savannah takes her monkey home. The only person who doesn't have a job is you, Griffin. What do you do on this team? Griffin Bang. Specialty, burglary. Objective, spinning monkey from cage. Possibly break-in methods. 1. Pick locks. School library has no burglary books. Check public. 2. Burn open with blowtorch. How flammable is monkey fur? 3. Wire cutters. Thickness of bars. That night, the team in place. Griffin sat back at his desk and studied his notes in a businesslike fashion. It wasn't a plan, not yet. He had formulated enough plans to know that the details would not come together until their scouting trips to the Rutherford Point Preserve on Saturday. Hang in there, Cleo, he thought to himself. It wouldn't be long now. Chapter 9. This must be some zoo to have you kids begging to come back so soon. Nick Benson, Pitch's father, piloted his Land Cruiser into the gates of the Rutherford Point Preserve. It definitely caught our interest. His daughter agreed, her sharp eyes scanning the wrought iron fence posts from ground level to the landslide points. As Pitch has predicted, it hadn't taken much convincing to get her father to act as chauffeur for the scouting mission on Saturday. Sidelined from climbing by his swollen foot, he was anxious to divert his mind from the fact that he was not in Wyoming, hanging off the roof of the 700-foot mark of Devers Tower. So the SUV that normally navigated the rugged roads to cliff fences and cracks was now returning Griffin, Ben, Pitch Logan, and Melissa and our board animals. Only Savannah was staying home from the stage of Operation Zoobreak after the unpleasant scene at the field trip. She couldn't risk being recognized by Mr. Stays. "We should split up too," Griffin whispered in the back seat. "Together, we might jog the guy's memory." In the parking lot, Mr. Benson limped to a bench and settled himself down with a book. The team made a great show of heading for the zoo boat, but Pitch left the others and doubled back across the manicured lawn to have a close look at the fence around the property. Melissa reached into her pocket and produced the tiny battery-powered wireless webcams. The purpose of those cameras was to give the team a complete view of what happened when all aboard animals shut down and locked up for the night. Griffin's plan called for her to plant them where they would provide different angles. She surveyed the dock area thoughtfully, determined to get this exactly right. She wanted to do her part to help rescue Cleopatra, but there was more to do than that. Melissa was a loner, more comfortable with computers than actual living people. Before the baseball card heist, she never had any friends. She didn't want to let the team down. The thought that she's being asked to help again was almost too good to be true. The first vantage point was in a maple tree with a straight-on view of the starboard side of the paddleboat on the main gangway. She picked a wad of chewing gum out of her mouth and used it to mortar to set the tiny camera in place at the crook of the branch. The second spot was atop the pylon on the dock itself. It focused on the zoo bow and was also set in gums. The third she positioned for a view of the stern, not dead on, but at an angle that also provided another view of the entrance. That was enough, she thought. There was still one webcam left. She looked around for Griffin. He was in line on the gangway, waiting to get into the exhibit. There was no chance to talk to him now, and the rule was to stay separated. She made an executive decision. She would place the final webcam aboard the boat, monitoring the entrance from the inside. As she headed for the gangway, she popped another stick of gum into her mouth and began to chew. Griffin was standing in line by the ticket when he made his first Stays sighting. A zookeeper was manning the cash box and stamping hands. Griffin caught a nervous look from Ben, 3 people ahead of him, but he was relieved to see his friend hand over his $12 and pass through without a second glance. $12 to look at a bunch of moth-eaten squirrels and a stolen monkey, all while being drenched in the stink of poorly maintained cages. This guy was a big-time crook. Now it was Griffin's turn. The zookeeper paused, his squinty black eyes riveted to Griffin's face, his expression saying, Where have I seen you before?" Griffin felt a stab of fear. He had been the first to speak up for Savannah on field trip day. After her, he might be the easiest for Mr. Stays to recognize. He held out his hand with $12 bills, fanned out like playing cards. The money broke the spell. "Welcome to All Aboard Animals." The zookeeper greeted in a bored tone. "Prepare to be astounded." Griffin nodded, shaken, and fled past. He caught up with Ben at the chipmunk cage. "What was that all about?" Ben hissed. "Did he remember you?" "I think he was starting to," Griffin whispered back. "I threw him off the scent with a fistful of dollars. Come on, let's find Cleopatra." They navigated quickly through the depressing display of ill-kept and underweight animals, gagging as the stench grew stronger towards the center of the ship. To make matters even more unpleasant, a group of smirking teenagers had scattered around the great horned owl, rattling the cage every time the nocturnal bird tried to close his eyes. The ear-splitting hoot shriek echoed all the paddle boat. "Savannah wouldn't like that," Ben observed. "Savannah doesn't like anything about this place," Griffin replied. "Look, there's Cleopatra." The monkey was in the same separate compartment. The only new addition was a hand-lettered sign that declared, "Presenting Lady Eleanor. They hung back as a mom and two little kids, when a toddler in her arms made monkey sounds and fawned over Mr. Nestase's latest exhibit. At last, the family moved on, allowing Griffin and Ben to get close to Cleopatra. In the few days since their class trip, the capuchin had undergone an alarming transformation. There was only one word to describe the poor creature: depressed. The climber and singer, who had made best friends with the toughest Doberman in Cedar Cadaver, had become a silent, drooping figure. She squatted in the cage, seemingly unconnected to the world around her, eaten up by her own sadness. Griffin sidled up to the enclosure and slipped a couple of pieces of sliced plantain between her bars. "These are from Savannah," he whispered. "Eat them fast before somebody notices." He felt like an idiot, but the monkey as if she were a human being. But he had promised Savannah to deliver her message. "Don't lose hope. Your friend haven't forgotten you. And, oh yeah," Luther says, "Hey." It might have been just their imitation, but Cleopatra seemed to perk up a little bit. She definitely enjoyed the plantains. "What do you think about the cage?" Ben ventured. "Wire cutters, definitely. The bars aren't too thick. The big question is how to get in here if the boat is locked down." He cast a quick glance around the compartment, his eyes coming to rest on the ventilation grate in the ceiling. Ben followed his gaze in alarm. "You mean me? You want me to climb in through that thing?" Griffin nodded, and then let the rest of us in the front door. Griffin, can't we just wait till nobody is watching, cut Cleopatra loose, and make a run for it?" Griffin was horrified. "In the middle of all these people, with Klaus watching and Mr. Nasty watching the door. That's the worst plan I've ever heard in my life. Even if we do get off that boat, they can't stop us at the main gate of the preserve. Somebody is bound to notice the missing monkey by then." "It was just a thought," Ben mumbled, chastened. "You're the one who said a plan is never finished until you've considered all the possibilities. A nighttime assault is our only option," Griffin stated with certainty. "The big question is, can you fit into the vent?" "An amoeba can't fit into that vent," Ben replied bitterly. "Only one way to find out, I guess," said Griffin, as if Ben had never spoken. "We just have to find the outside opening for those ducks. Come on. We've had our $24 worth." They retraced their steps to the entrance, hurrying just in time to receive a discreet nod from Melissa. The webcams were in place. Mr. Nastase barely looked up from the cash box as Griffin and Ben left the exhibit. The zookeeper took no notice when, instead of exiting via the gangway, they made a quick left turn and hurried along the paddle boat's narrow outer deck. Ben bit his lips. "I don't know about this. All the people in line saw us run off where we're not supposed to be." Griffin walked briskly ahead. "Don't worry about them," he advised, scanning the superstructure of the ship for possible vent openings. "Mr. Nasty inside is counting his money. He's the one who can't know where we are." "And Klaus," Ben added. Another left turn brought them to the stern of the ship, which housed the paddle wheel. The deck was wider, but they had to pick their way around coils of ropes and piles of equipment. There were no air vents on the superstructure, just 3 steel-rimmed portholes. One of these provided a view of the hour and its teenage tormentors. Klaus had arrived on the scene, gesturing emphatically with the muscular arms thick as tree trunks. Ben was terrified. Let's scram before he looks out the window. No, not until we find the vent, Griffin replied stubbornly. Hey, Ben followed his friend's pointing finger. A horn-like shape protruded from the roof. But that's it, Griffin decided. Ben wasn't convinced. It looks more like a tuba. The two explored the rest of the starboard side and the bow. There were no other openings. Griffin returned to the big horn. This has to be it. Come on, I'll give you a boost. You can't climb in there now. The boat is full of people. You don't have to go inside. Just get up there and make sure the opening's big enough. He laced his fingers together, forming a stirrup. With a tremulous sigh, Ben grabbed his friend's shoulder and then stepped onto Griffin's interlocked hands. Griffin heaved, straightening his back and raising Ben upward. The smaller boy reached for a handhold, but he was stir-shy of the roof. With a whimper, he toppled onto Griffin. The two of them ended up in a heap on the deck. Ben rubbed a bruised knee. First rule of boosting, make sure the booster can get the boostee high enough. You're just a few inches short. Griffin looked around determinedly. Jackpot! He scrambled astern and returned, lugging a heavy, flower-scent yellow suitcase marked danger. Ben was alarmed. Put that down! It could be a bomb. It's not a bomb. It's a little raft, Griffin explained. Nothing happens if you don't pull the cord. He slid the heavy case along the deck until it lay directly under the vent opening. Then he stepped onto it and formed the foothold once again. Okay, round 2. The extra 12 inches made the difference. Ben was able to get his hands on the edge of the roof and, with Griffin pushing from below, scrambled up beside the horn. He peered into the barrel. It's the vent, all right, he called back. There's a grill over it. 4 screws. Look pretty tight. Can you get inside? Griffin asked. Ben dearly wished he could have said no, but there was no sense trying to discourage Griffin. It never happened. He'd just find another way in, probably through the bilge pump. He sighed unhappily. Our fit. Chapter 10. Logan Korman was acting. No, that didn't even come close to describing it. He was completely in character. Just as he had been for the orange juice commercial. It didn't matter that Boyce's Grove stand tasted like toxic waste. Those Idaho guys should probably stick to potatoes. It had taken a true actor to announce, "This is the best oranges I ever had," and really sell the line. He towered through the cages of all aboard animals, drinking in the sights through the eyes of his character, the sounds through the ears of his character, and smell through the nose of his character. There was only one problem. Where was his audience? There was Klaus. He couldn't very well knock off the office guard and ask for the security guard. What would Johnny Depp do? A mountain of man with a shock of platinum blonde hair appeared, herding 3 teenagers to the exit. Hooray, the performance was saved. At 6'10", 295 pounds, Klaus Anthony wasn't expecting trouble from the teens, and he didn't get any. He escorted the hour tormentors past the waiting crowd on the gangway and let his massive bodybuilder frame do the talking. Klaus prided himself of being the man of few words. When he we entered the zoo boat. He nearly tripped over Logan, who was seated on the deck by the chipmunk cage, his back against the bulkhead, his face buried in his hands in an attitude of utter misery. "You can't sit here, kid," Klaus murmured. Logan looked up to reveal the red-rimmed eyes and a tragic expression. "But I'm so sad," he quivered, stretching the word into several syllables. Klaus was unmoved. "Be sad somewhere else," he grunted and walked off into the exhibit. Logan watched, frowning, as the big man disappeared through the hatch. This was going to be a tougher gig than he thought. Okay, time to take out the heavy artillery. The greatest test of an actor was crying. Logan was confident he could weep as well as any of the biggest stars in Hollywood. He caught up with the burly security man at the farm animals exhibit, repairing a gap in the chicken wire that separated the hen from the piglet. Logan entered bawling, giving it all he had. The performance was a tour de force. Each full-throated sob threatened to suck the stagnant air out of the cabin. If the boys' Grove sandpaper had seen this, he never would have cut his line. They might even have made him their spokesperson. A few customers came over to see what the matter was, but Klaus simply said, "If you cry on the animals, I'm going to have to ask you to leave." He ducked through the hatch to another compartment. A moment later, Logan spied his sturdy frame through a porthole, inspecting the paddle boat outer deck. "I'm fine," he assured the small crowd that he had gathered. "I just stubbed my toe." It wasn't very good acting, but those people were not real audience. Okay, Logan thought to himself. A performer who couldn't win over the critics would never get anywhere in show business. He ran out of the zoo and followed Klaus aft along the narrow deck. When the moment was right, he rushed around the corner to the stern cart. "Hey, mister," the big man veered. "You again. You're not supposed to be here." Just as Logan was about to launch into his well-rehearsed speech, he looked past Klaus's giant shoulder and caught a sight of Griffin hopping Ben out from the roof on the starboard side of the stern. Oh no. If he couldn't hold Klaus's attention now, the security man would turn and catch them in the act. There's a time in every actor's career when he had to throw away the script and think on his feet. For Logan Korman, that time was now. He bumped against a life preserver, managing a hip check it off its hook on the rail. Stumbling carefully, he got his feet tangled up in it. With a pitiful cry for help, he heaved himself over the side and hit the cold water with a resounding splash. There he floundered, thrashing and spitting, obviously in grave danger of drowning. Shocked, Klaus snatched up the life preserver and tossed it overboard. It hit the water 3 feet from Logan. The actor made no attempt to go for it. If he couldn't distract Klaus enough to allow Griffin and Ben to escape, this whole improvisation would be for nothing. "Grab it, kid," Klaus held on. "I can't swim." "Oh, for crying out loud!" The big man kicked off his shoes and jumped over the side. Saved. The only clean towels aboard the paddle boat were in Klaus's cabin. The best Logan could do was dry his hair and pat his wet clothes while wayward zoo visitors peered curiously in the open hatch. The compartment was small and spare, with a tiny bunk and a dresser built into the bulkhead. It was hard for Logan to imagine Klaus living here. It seemed larger than the entire room. The security guard was beyond angry. "Who's in charge of you, kid? Or were you just placed on this earth to drive me crazy?" Logan finally found his voice. "My name is Ferris Atwater, Jr. Who brought you here? Where are your parents? They're picking me up in an hour. Yeah, well, you're going to be pretty mortified by then. Logan allowed his lower lip to quiver. Klaus was out of patience. I wouldn't start that again. Enough with the waterworks. What's eating you anyway? Did the world end and nobody told me? That was Logan's cue. It's my dad, Ferris Atwater SR. He began, immersing himself in the character. He wants me to be a dentist like him, and I just know I'd hate it. It's my dream to be, he paused for effect, a security guard. Klaus snorted. You're kidding, right? You mean like me? Exactly like you. Logan confirmed admiringly. I mean, are these animals? This whole exhibit? None of it could happen if you weren't watching out to make sure everything is safe. You just saved my life today. Don't remind me. All the happiness people get out of this zoo, Logan went on. You make that possible. What could be better? The big man sighed. It's not as glamorous as you think. For one thing, look where I live. I have to stop breathing if I want to turn around here. The boss is sitting pretty in a hotel on shore, where I sleep here to mind the store. Really? Logan knew that it was a Vinker Griffin wasn't going to be thrilled about. Why can't you just lock up the boat for the night? Klaus shrugged. We do that too, but these are animals, not coconuts. They have to be monitored. What if the animals need you, but you can't hear it because you're asleep? Klaus smiled, warming up a little bit. That's something you've got to learn if you're going to make it in the security game. You have to be a light sleeper like me. Any sign of trouble, I can be out of the bunk and over there with the cages in the blink of an eye. Griffin was going to like that even less. Chapter 11. Pitch Benson had scratches over 80% of her body, but at least the scenery was nice. From her perch near the top of the perimeter fence, the Ruthford Point Preserve was truly a picture postcard. Green rolling lawns and sparkling blue water. Hey, you! Get down from there! A middle-aged woman in a Parks Department uniform stood on the grass below, staring angrily up at her. Carefully, Pitch began her descent, picking her way along the iron posts and the prickly branches and limbs all around them. The 25-foot barrier looked easy enough from the road, but on the preserve side, it was covered with dense overgrowth. For the past half hour, she had worked her way along the boundary, scraped by thorns and barbs, searching for a weak spot where the team might be able to get through. Nothing. These bushes and shrubs probably hadn't been pruned in nearly 2 centuries since Rutherford himself had lived here. The spiky foliage was bad enough, but vines of glistening poison ivy slithered through the greenery just about anywhere. The place was better protected than an army base. Sorry. The park lady watched in amazement as she climbed down and jumped to the ground. Are you crazy? You could have broken your neck. Tell me about it. Pitch tossed her hair over her shoulders as she jogged off towards our aboard animals. She found Griffin, Ben, and Melissa by the dock. By now, the queue of people waiting to board the paddle boat stretched all the way into the parking lot. I imagine standing in line for that zoo, she said. I don't like taking a number to see a cockroach infection. Only grosser, Griffin agreed. Melissa agitated her head, following her beady eyes to peer through the curtain of hair. Where's Logan? He's not back yet, Ben replied nervously. Griffin, I've got a bad feeling about this. We sent a reject from the orange juice commercial to take on the Incredible Hulk. He'll be fine, Griffin said, unconcerned. He's acting. At the moment, a smiling Logan stepped off the gangway with none other than Klaus by his side. They shared a hearty handshake that crushed Logan's bones with knuckles to fingertips. Then the security man disappeared back into our aboard Mars. Logan rejoined the Zoobreak teammates. Pitch stared at him. What happened? Why are you so wet? It was an improvisation. Oh, what? Ben blurted. Logan explained how he'd taken a dive off the paddle boat in order to prevent Klaus from discovering Griffin and Ben. Griffin was impressed. That was some quick thinking, man. You might have saved the entire operation, and at the same time, you're able to get close to Klaus and learn his habits. Logan nodded proudly. He's a very light sleeper and who hears every little peep coming from the animals. So how do we keep him from stopping us when we were on the boat, rescuing Cleopatra? Ben asked. Logan looked completely blank. How could I know? I'm just an actor. Griffin blew his stack. That was the whole point of the acting job in the first place. You weren't auditioning for a starring role in Broadway. You were trying to find a way around Claus. That's going to be hard, Logan offered. Great, Griffin groaned. We're back to the drawing board. How could it be worse? I know how, Pitch put in mournfully. In a somber voice, she reported her difficulties getting over the perimeter fence around the preserve. But scaling the fence is the key to everything. Griffin snapped his forehead. If we can't get onto the preserve, the whole plan is shot. Pitch looked as distressed as he sounded. Sorry, Griffin. I'm not even sure I could make it myself. The rest of you, forget it. And remember, we'd have to climb it twice. Once on the way in and again when we were smuggling the monkey out. Ben put a hand on Griffin's shoulder. It's not like the plan was totally perfect, except for this. We didn't even have a way to get to the preserve on Zoobreak night. Griffin was unconsoled. We would have figured something out. Worst comes to worst. We could have taken the bus, but now his voice trailed off. We should go, Pitch announced. From the parking lot, Mr. Benson was waving and beckoning. Her father seemed surprised by the procession of long faces as he loaded the Land Cruiser. I guess the zoo was kind of disappointment. The second time around, he frowned at the soggy login. What happened to you? They were hosing down a score, and he got caught in the crossfire, Pitch told him. The back of the SUV was a very quiet place as Mr. Benson drove up the winding road that led to the gate of the preserve. So I guess the plan's off, right? Ben whispered, hoping Griffin wouldn't detect the relief in his voice. The plan's never off, Griffin hissed back stubbornly. There's always another way, a possibility we haven't thought of yet. You can't pull a Zoobreak if you can't get to zoo, Ben reasoned. The only way to reach our Mars is from the preserve. Suddenly the road veered to the right, and the complete picture was laid out before them. The dock, the paddle boat, and the sparkling blue of Long Island Sound. Griffin squeezed Ben's forearm hard enough to splinter a bone. You're wrong. You're another approach to that ship. By water. You're nuts, Logan exclaimed in a low voice. What are we supposed to do? Swim there? We'll come by boat, Griffin replied readily. Even shy Melissa was galvanized, her beady eyes wide. Where are we going to get a boat? Ben understood Arthur. Oh no, you don't, not him, no way. Chapter 2. Darren Vader wore his Grinch smile, a diabolical grin that stretched from ear to ear. Really? The man with the plan needs me to be part of one of his world-famous operations? What an honor. It was Monday after lunch. Griffin, Ben, and Savannah had followed Darren out of the cafeteria and cornered him at his locker. Griffin scowled. He had never been a Darren fan and did not relish the idea of involving him in a Zoobreak. You won't be part of the operation, just transportation. Like bank robbers need a wheelman to drive their getaway car. Only instead of driving, you'll be sailing. A sailman, Ben added. Smile faded. You're some piece of work, Ben. You're asking for my heart, but I'm not good enough to be there when you boost Drizzle's monkey. That's better for you, Griffin argued. Less involved means less in trouble if we get caught. Right, the big boy was said sarcastically. All I have to do is to sneak out in the middle of the night, steal my dad's boat, and sail you to Rutherford Point so you can break into private property and kidnap a zoo animal. Hey, piped up Savannah, Cleo is rightfully mine. That's your opinion, not the cops. So don't talk to me about being less involved. I'll be involved enough to ask this question. Darren leaned against the wall, stroking at chin whiskers that were not there. What's in it for me? You're helping Savannah, Griffin explained. That's what's in it for Drizzle. What's in it for me? I give you a hint. Ka-ching. You mean money? Ben asked in amazement. There's no money. Sorry, guys. It'll never work. Jim glanced at the hard clock. Recess time already? I think I hear a soccer ball calling my name. He took a step towards the double doors. I'll pay you, Savannah blurted suddenly. Darren froze, with a Grinch smile reblooming. Now we are talking. Okay, let's see. A half-day sailboat renter with an experienced captain. Experience at ripping people off, Ben put in resentfully, plus danger pay. $300. Oh, come on, Griffin exploded. What kid can get his hand on that kind of money? Savannah didn't even blink. This might have been a game to Darren, but she took Cleopatra's future very seriously. I don't have that much, but I'll give you my allowance for the next 3 months. Darren's eyes narrowed. 6. Done. Griffin pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Darren. It was a detailed map of the north shore of the Long Island, with Silver's Marina and the Rutherford Point Preserve highlighted. Commit this route to memory. We don't want to end up in Bermuda. Savannah pressed her lips together in an expression of hopeful determination. When are we doing it, Griffin? Our board animal moves on at the end of the week. Griffin held his arms wide, drawing them into his confidence. Wednesday, after midnight, he announced in a low voice. Everything will be ready by then. Wednesday, 2 days away. When Melissa opened the door of the Dukakis house, Griffin and Ben both checked the number on the door to make sure they come to the right address. Her curtain of long hair were neatly parted and pinned back, revealing a knee face that was not all that familiar because it appeared so startled. I made guacamole, she greeted, showing them inside. Oh, great, said Griffin, a little perplexed. Why? The question seemed to stump her, so she reeled out a serving cart and with a dip and a basket of chips the size of an eagle's nest. You might be hungry, she suggested finally. They stood in the front hall, snacking awkwardly. This is good, Ben offered lamely. Spicy. Don't have a lot of people over, Melissa admitted. None, actually. I mean, you guys are the first. Griffin dusted the crumbs off his fingers. Now let's check out the webcams. They trooped up to her smart room, which was so cluttered with computers, printers, scanners, and modems that there was barely room for her bed. 4 monitors displayed the live feed from the wireless webcams she had planted around the floating zoo. From watching these, Melissa had been able to put together our aboard Animal's timeline. 6 p.m., closing time. 6:10 p.m., visitors gone, entrance shut. 7:30 p.m., Mr. Nasty leaves for hotel. 9 p.m., gangway raised for the night. 11 p.m., lights out in Claus's cabin. It's perfect, Griffin decided. We'll meet tomorrow at midnight, and by the time we sail to Rutherford Point, Mr. Nasty will be gone and Claus will be asleep. We hope, added Ben. We know, Griffin amended. A good plan leaves nothing to chance. If it happens at our aboard Animals, we see it on these screens. The words had barely passed his lips when the menacing shape appeared before the interior view webcam. It grew larger and larger until it completely filled the monitor. For an instant, there was wild, frenzied action, and sharp claws slashed at the camera. Then, the screen went dark. Ben was wide-eyed. What was that? Melissa was at the keyboard, typing at light speed. The video feed had stopped. The camera is offline. What do you mean offline? Griffin asked. Either the camera failed or the transmitter did, she explained. Maybe the battery died early. Or, Ben added uneasily, our webcam just got eaten by that thing. There's no thing, Griffin said, a little less certain than he would have liked. So what was it then? How about this? Klaus finds the mini camera. He doesn't know what it is, but it's stuck in a vat of gum, so he chucks it out in the trash. Ben was not convinced. That didn't look human to me. Melissa had a theory. It might have been a ghost image generated by the webcam as it lost power. See? Griffin said triumphantly. Mystery solved. I said it might have been, she amended. We can't be sure. Well, we definitely have to find out before we get on the boat with it. Ben regarded his friend with alarm. Don't we? 0 hour is already set, Griffin argued. There's no way we can put it off. It's supposed to rain on Thursday, and who knows if Darren can sail in bad weather. And Friday, our aboard animal moves on. It's now or never. So much for a good plan leaves nothing in chance, Ben complained. I'd say an unidentified webcam eating monster counts as leaving something to chance. Griffin could allow himself to be distracted by his friend's jitters. The countdown was on. Chapter 13. Dressed in a black sweater and his darkest jeans, Griffin sat in his bedroom window, glaring at the tiny squares of light coming from the garage, the door below. What a time for Dad to pull one of his late-night marathons on the roller bushel. 45 minutes Operation Zoobreak, and he was still in his workshop, tinkering. Right now, Griffin, Ben was tiptoeing out the sliding door of the back of the Slovak home. If he reached the friend's spot and Griffin was a no-show, he'd have a heart attack. Loyalty-wise, the kid was rock solid, but he had a very low freak-out threshold. What was that? Griffin heard footsteps on the stairs and peered at the window again. The garage lights were off. He heard his father in the bathroom for a few minutes, water sprinkling in the sink, and the smart motor of an electric toothbrush. Then more footsteps and a whomp on his parents' bedroom door closing. The hardest part was waiting to make sure Dad was asleep. Minutes passed like weeks. School days had been even worse. Who could concentrate on English or math on day of an operation? Between periods, he'd rush to the library to check the online boating forecast. It was always the same. Sea winds 10 to 15 knots. Sea 1 and 2 FTs. Light swirls. Griffin didn't even know what a knot was, but he assumed Darren would. At last, the coast was clear. He threw his backpack over his shoulder and tiptoed down the stairs, wincing at the clinking sound made by the 3 flashlights and heavy-duty wire cutters inside. As silently as he could, he slipped out the back door, got on his bike, and rode to the smart park where he was meeting Ben. As he approached the rendezvous point, a blinding beam assaulted his eyes. "What kept you?" Ben demanded, his face white behind his flashlight. "I'll explain on the way," Griffin promised. 11 jet propelled minutes later. They pedaled up to the center of a marina at the north end of town. There they found Savannah, Melissa, Logan, and Pitch, waiting not very patiently on the narrow, rocky beach. "You're late," Savannah seethed. "Trouble sneaking out," Griffin explained briskly, taking socks off their faces. "Where's Darren?" "He's not here yet," Pitch said. She surveyed the line of bobbing watercraft in the nearby slips. "I wonder which boat is the Vader's." "Look at the SS Big Mouth," Ben suggested. "Don't knock Darren," Savannah said sharply. "Let him. We have no way to get to Rutherford Point. If he takes us to Cleo, he can be Sir Big Mouth of the Round Table." "Okay," said Griffin. "Equipment check." They ran through the list of gear, pulling it up on the sand between them. Everything was ready. Melissa consulted the clock on her BlackBerry, which was monitoring the 3 surviving webcams. "It's 12:25. She ventured timidly. "Isn't that just like Darren?" Pitch spat. "He helped us, but first he has to make us sweat." Logan spoke up. "I know some good breathing exercise for stage fright." Savannah was too wired to be patient. Let's not and say we did." Griffin had the last word on the subject. "Calm down, you guys. All we can do is wait." The Zoobreak team paced nervously, the task ahead weighing heavily on their young shoulders. A chill wind came off the water, making them glad they were all in warm sweaters and fleeces. Time ticked away. "No, Darren." The BlackBerry toward the tear. 1 a.m., Melissa reported blandly. They all knew, but it took Pitch's plain talk to put it into words. "That backstabbing rat creep, he stood us up." Savannah was devastated. "But what about Cleo?" "He stood her up too," Griffin said grimly, "especially her." "You mean that's it?" she persisted. "We just go home?" Griffin tried to make her understand. Every good plan has built-in options for what it can do when something goes wrong. But there is always a spot where there is no plan B, where it has to happen exactly right or not at all. Getting to Rutherford Point is the linchpin of everything. There's nothing we can do. Shy Melissa spoke up. "There's one thing we can do. Everyone stared at her. We can wait longer. Darren probably isn't coming, but maybe is. It's better than giving it up. The team digested this. There was a strange simplicity to Melissa's thinking that had a ring of a wisdom of the ages. You're dreaming, said Pitch. He's a no-show. We'll take a vote. The man with the plan decided. All in favor of going home, Pitch, Logan, and Griffin. And on staying, Savannah and Melissa. Home wins. 3-2. He froze. Wait a minute. Where's Ben? They looked around. Ben was nowhere to be seen. Out came their flashlights, and they searched the marina. No Ben. And then Griffin heard a little telltale snort, one he had heard many times before, snoring. He followed the sound along the beach until his flashlight illuminated Ben fast asleep, curled up on a pile of fishing nets in an ancient wooden rowboat. Ben, he hissed. I'm awake, the smaller boy exclaimed, scrambling to attention. He took in his surroundings in drowsy embarrassment. Oh man, I crashed. Is Darren here yet? Griffin didn't answer. His gleaming eyes were focused on two wooden oars laying inside the oar dory. Transportation. Chapter 14. Ben dragged the heavy oars through the water, his eyes focusing on Griffin, who stood in the dory bow like Washington crossing the Delaware. Preserves was a long ride by bus because we had to drive down one neck and up another, Griffin explained, his flashlight trained on the map in his hands. By water, we can just cut straight across. It can't be more than a mile or two. 2 miles is pretty far by rowing, Ben panted, especially if the boat sinks halfway there. Pitch examined the wooden deck. I think she's seaworthy. The floor is totally dry. Only because I haven't thrown up yet, wheezed Logan, who was prone to seasickness. No actor should have to work in these conditions. The acting part is over, Griffin told him. It'll all search and rescue from here on in. Savannah took the oar from Ben's hand. Here, I'll row for a while. Maybe somebody will give Melissa a break too. That's okay, even from behind the curtain here. Melissa's eyes glowed like a pair of hovering fireflies. This is really cool. The eeriest part was when they got far enough from shore that the silver marina faded into the endless, dark coastline. They couldn't see their destination, but home had disappeared too. It was like being lost at sea. The journey progressed with agonizing slowness. After one of their flashlights died, Griffin declared no more than 3 lights on at a time conserve battery power. Are we there yet? groaned Pitch, staring up at the starry sky. I think I'm going to start barfing now, Logan gurgled. Go ahead, said Savannah. It's a normal function for all living creatures. Just lean over the side, Griffin added. Remember, this is a round-trip cruise. 2 a.m. Found them stir in open water. By this time, the simple act of rowing had become back-breakingly painful. The team members took their turns on the oars. Even Melissa grew exhausted and agreed to rest. She passed her oar off to none to steady Logan and retreated behind her hair. Suddenly she sat bolt upright, waving her BlackBerry urgently on the others. Look! Ben squinted at the smart screen. It was the portside webcam view. It showed the darkened paddle boat and far upshore in the distance 3 tiny bobbing lights. It's us! Ben exclaimed. Our flashlights! Tire celebration broke out on the dory as the BlackBerry was passed around the team. They had found Rutherford Point. Savannah began to row with renewed vigor. Hang in there, Cleo, she murmured determinedly. I'm coming to get you. The rowers picked up their pace Soon they could identify the lights of the preserve, and at last the gray silhouette of our aboard and Mars growing larger and larger off the bow. "Oars up!" commanded Griffin in a low voice. The dory skimmed along the backwater until it bumped softly against a heavy steel hull, then gazed up the paddleboat via several feet above their heads. "The rope ladder," he rasped. "Darren was bringing it. And now what are we supposed to do?" Pitch was already knotting fishing nets together. "Relax." She leaped up and clamped shore hands on the gunwale of the larger craft. Then she swung her body over the rear onto the deck. A mountaineering knot affixed one end of the nets to an iron cleat. The other she tossed down to Griffin, who secured it to the bow of the dory. One by one, the team headed up the rat line formed by the net and stepped onto the deck. Griffin brought up the rear. From his backpack, he produced 6 pairs of soft cotton surgical booties and passed them around to muffle our footsteps. He explained in a whisper. "We are now in silent mode. Remember, class is on the boat. And we've heard from Logan. He's a very light sleeper. And R know the plan. Ben goes in first, and when he opens the front door, we want to be in and out with the monkey ASAP. The longer it takes, the greater the chance that someone is going to make noise. And we all know what that means." Pitch swallowed hard. "Let's do it." Griffin and Ben crept aft toward the vent opening. The lifeboat's suitcase was just where they'd left it, and it was easy for Griffin to boost Ben up to the horn-shaped opening. In the heart of hearts, Ben was half hoping that the 4 screws holding the vent grating would be too rusted to turn. But the square came up easy, and the way in yawned wide. He peered down at his best friend, who was perched on the lifeboat's suitcase. "What if I fall asleep in there?" "You won't," Griffin said. "I already napped back in the marina." Ben wiggled into the dusty dock, fighting a burning desire to sneeze. He felt like Santa Claus squeezing through a chimney. Come to think of it, Santa had it easy. He was always working. No wonder the old guy was so jolly. He wasn't trying to commit grand theft monkey. The passage was tight but smooth, so progress was steady. There it was, dead ahead in his flashlight beam, the vent. A measure of relief washed over him. He was actually going to make it. Operation Zoobreak was just beginning. But at least this part, the part he'd been dreading the most, was almost done. He slithered forward and trained his flashlight straight down into the compartment below. The sight he saw there would give him nightmares for the rest of his life. Instead of the room with the monkey cage, the beam shone directly in the sleeping face of Claus Anthony. Even more horrific, the security guard's eyes popped open and stared straight up into the light. Chapter 15. Wild with terror, Ben tried to scramble away, but only succeeded in whacking his head on the roof of the dock. Dazed, he toppled forward onto the grating and gave way. On the ground, the flashlight had been dropped right onto Claus. The cry of shock from the security guard vibrated throughout the entire ship. Ben took off like Superman, clawing at air and bulkhead, anything to get him up and away. Claus rose too, reaching goggly for the intruder. Ben's booty-clad sneaker came down on the security guard's blonde head. It was the boost Ben needed. He was back in the dock, wiggling with the terrified snake in a desperate bid for escape. With a howl of rage, Klaus hoisted himself to the vent and crawled inside after the runaway. His anger blotted out every ounce of reason, and he blasted forward, his broad shoulders pressing the passage to its limit. By the time he came to his senses, he was hopelessly jammed into the ventilation system, unable to go forward, unable to retreat, his bare feet dangling from the ceiling above his bunk. With his flashlight lost and the wedged Klaus blocking the way, Ben was trapped in the narrow duct in utter darkness. The very air reverberated with Klaus shouting of all the worst-case scenarios Ben had imagined. This topped everything, pure, unadulterated horror. He felt like a blind mouse trapped in a pipe, squirming frantically toward what? It was so dark that he couldn't even see the walls of the duct inches from his face. How was he going to find his way out of here? He was never going to forgive Griffin for this. Boarding school in New Jersey was a picnic compared to the spot he was in right now. Klaus was still shouting threats, his booming voice echoing in the meta enclosure. But wait, a powerful smell reached him. The zoo. He surged forward until the probing hands fettered the grill of another vent opening. He pounded on the grating until it came loose and clattered on the deck. In his enthusiasm to be free from the ductwork, he very nearly followed it on the swam dive, but he managed to maneuver his legs through the opening so he could drop to the cabin below. He landed hard and rolled, panting and choking on dust. A familiar animal chattering met his ears. The dim glow of moonlight through the porthole illuminated the compartment. Ben looked around breathlessly. In the cage bolted to the wall, Cleopatra darted and tripped, unnerved by the chaos. Somehow he had managed to blunder into exactly the cabin he'd been trying to reach in the first place. Heart pounding, he barreled through the heart of the zoo, navigating the maze of excited animals awakened by Klaus's bellowing. He threw open the main hatch and burst onto the deck, where he collided with Griffin, nearly bowling him over. Ben, you're okay. Cleo! Savannah made a run for the door. Ben hurt her back. I'm not okay. None of us are. Klaus is on the loose. Gulping air, Ben wheezed out the story of how he'd fallen from the ceiling onto the sleeping security guard. Wait a minute. Griffin interrupted. Klaus followed you into the duct? He put his finger to his lips and listened. The shouts and threats were much less frequent now, replaced by the reverberating sounds of pounding against metal. He is stuck, Logan concluded in amazement. I barely fit up there myself. Ben put it breathlessly. Let's get Cleo examined, exclaimed Savannah. The sudden presence of 6 intruders waving flashlights in the dark zoo boat put the animal's agitation level over the top. Furry bodies bounced off the sides of their small enclosures. The hen flapped its wings. The beaver splashed what was left on its water. Feral noises filled the air, and at the sight of Savannah, Cleopatra tried to blast clear through the bars of her cage. I'm here, sweetie. Everything's okay. The girl soothed in a flowery tone that bore little resemblance to her urgency a moment before. Our Savannah spoke. Griffin went to work on the cage with the wire cutters. He squeezed with all his might, but the metal resisted. An instant panic. Had they gone through all this only to fail at freeing the monkey? There was a snap at the bar As the bar gave away, relieved he cut through others until Savannah could draw her beloved capuchin out of the enclosure into the ecstatic embrace. Yet even in this joyful reunion, Cleopatra did not come down. The fury had jerked around relentlessly, scanning the exhibit for some unseen danger. Savannah was mystified. I thought she'd be okay once we sprang her, but she's even more rattled than before. Maybe she's freaked out by all the yelling, Pitch suggested. Savannah shook her head. I think she's trying to tell me something. An otherworldly screech cut the air. Chapter 16. A murky shadow swooped down on Cleopatra. Terrified, the monkey burrowed her face in Savannah's chest. In a flash of sharp claws, the attacker swiped the capuchin's back, but missing by much. The team fought rather than saw two powerful wings beat as the creature disappeared into the blackness. What was that? Breathed Logan in awe. To Ben, the instant was all too familiar. The monster that ate Melissa's webcam. Flashlight beams panned the compartment from top to bottom. Where did it go? Squeaked Melissa. Who cares? Pitch was impatient. We've got Cleo. Let's blow this popsicle stand. Not yet, said Savannah in an angry tone. I've got a feeling that this monster. She marched into exhibit's main compartment and shone her torch on the owl cage. It was empty, the door wide. That jerk, Mr. Nasty, she seethed. That low-down, animal-abusing criminal. As if it wasn't bad enough that he runs this zoo like a prison. He turns the owl loose at night to terrorize poor creatures so they'll be too scared to try to get out of their cages. Her voice rose in volume until she was drowning the cries of close in the ductwork. All the more proof that we're doing the right thing, Griffin decided. Luckily, we had a perfect plan. Perfect? Pitch exploded. Darren never showed. Ben practically died tonight. There's a guy trapped in the ceiling, and now we've got a row of Amelia Myers on the world's slowest boat, and pray we can't find servers again. There were a couple of hiccups, Griffin admitted. But now we're in good shape. Keep hold of Cleo and let's get out of here before who over there comes back for another dive-bombing run. We can't, Savannah said. Griffin was taken aback. What are you talking about? This whole operation is for you, to save your monkey. And I'm grateful, she told him. But if we take Cleo and go, we'll be leaving all these other animals in the hand of a cruel man who mistreats them. We had to rescue everybody. The protest bubbed up from our side. Are you nuts? There are too many of them. We need a bigger boat, like Noah's Ark. It's not part of the plan, Griffin concluded. Savannah was adamant. I don't care about the plan. If it's right for Cleo, it's right for the whole zoo. No, it isn't, Ben argued. The monkey is yours, but you don't own the chipmunks and the beaver and the ferret. And you definitely don't own the bloodthirsty raptor. We are members of the animal kingdom. We have to stand up for our brothers and sisters. Behind them, the pigling oinked in agreement. Griffin sighed. Look, Savannah, I know this must be hard, but it won't work. Still hugging Cleopatra, Savannah sat down on a stool. You guys go. Cleo and I are staying. Don't be stupid, Griffin snapped. You'll get caught. That's what I want. If I can't rescue everybody, the next best thing is to get arrested. Then there will be so much publicity that the so-called zoo will be exposed as a chamber of horrors than that it is. Pitch blew her stack. You're crazy. And the worst part is we're going to have to do it just to keep you out of jail. Melissa's eyes emerged from her curtain of fear. "It's possible, you know," she said softly. "They're just little animals. They aren't any elephants. Even if we could get them all out of here, what would we do with them?" Griffin challenged Savannah. "Even you can't have 50 pets." "Maybe we should set them free," Logan suggested. "Then we just have to cut them out of their cages and open the door." Savannah was horrified. "Absolutely not. Mr. Nasty trained that owl to attack. Half of them won't make it 30 feet from the boat." "But isn't that the whole nature thing?" Ben asked. "Survivor of the fittest?" Shook her head. "Not for animals living in captivity. These poor little guys don't have the tool to compete in the wild. We have to take them with us." "And keep them where?" Griffin demanded. "In the shed in my backyard," Savannah replied readily. "It's only for one night. First thing tomorrow, I'll call Dr. Alford. She finds places for animals all the time." "That'll be an interesting conversation," Pitch predicted. "Oh, hi, I knocked off a zoo boat last night, so my shed's full of critters. What's new with you?" "Dr. Alford doesn't judge. She just wants what's best for the animals. And she has contacted at every zoo and wildlife reserve in the country. I know she'll help." Griffin heaved a sigh of resignation. "Fine, we'll take them all, but we're going to have to get you under control before we crack open these cages. Can I make a suggestion?" Pitch flicked the switch on the bulkhead, and the lights came on the exhibit. Even Cleopatra shielded her eyes against the harsh fluorescent glare. The chorus of complaint rose from the animals. The owl's cry was the most angry of all, who flew in erratic circles over the heads, hooting anxiously. The disturbance even reached the ears of the paddleboat forgotten inhabitant. "Hey!" Klaus's muffled voice rumbled through the ventilation system. "What's going on down there?" The team exchanged uneasy glances. They had no great love for the security guard, but no one had anticipated leaving him in such a tight situation. Logan felt especially guilty. "Klaus," he called into a grating, "we are going to phone somebody to get you out, just as soon as we finish." There was a long pause. "Then, Ferris, is that you?" "Just relax," Logan soothed. "The sooner we load up these animals, the sooner we can send help." A cry of outrage erupted from the vent, followed by more struggling and banging. The roundup began. The they chased who all through the boat in a series of collisions and near misses until Savannah tossed a tarpaulin over the swooping owl, grateful for the return of darkness, who allowed himself to be captured. Griffin got busy with the wire cutters, snipping through bars and opening cages. A large cardboard carton became home to the meerkat, prairie dog, chipmunks, squirrels, and beaver. The chicken and piglet were swaddled in Melissa's hoodie, a battered suitcase with a broken fastener became the reptile room, housing the frogs, turtles, salamanders, garter snakes, and chihuahua. The rabbits fit in an old shopping bag, but the ferret could not be trusted with them, so Ben had to stick it inside his sweater. The duck and the loon fought and had to be stashed in separate boxes, and the hamsters, gerbils, and mice were spread out among everybody's pockets. Then, when we get to the boat, we can wrap them in the fishing nets, Savannah told the others. That'll be more secure. They carried the whole menagerie outside and moved around the outer deck to starboard, where they had moored the rowboat. Pitch drew a deep breath. Fresh air. I've got to admit, I never thought we'd make it this far. They reached the starboard gunwale and peered over the rear. The ratline of fishing nets hung loosely around, stirring with the movement of the waves. The dory was gone. Chapter 17. Where's the boat? Logan wailed. Savannah was mystified. Did it sink? But she shook her head. Then it would still be bobbing at the end of the net. She wheeled on Griffin, furious. Some idiot tied a boat with a knot he learned from Balloon Animal 101. In a frenzy, Griffin panned his flashlight over the surrounding waters. What's the point? Groaned Ben. Even if you spot it, we can't swim for it. Face it, Griffin. We are so dead that even dead people would be amazed how dead we are. Not yet, Griffin exclaimed, stuffing an errant gerber back in his pocket. Give it up, Pitch snapped. Even the man with a plan can't make a boat out of no boat. Griffin ran to the stern and returned to dragging the bright yellow suitcase he'd used as a step stool while boosting Ben up to the vent. Stand back, everybody, he cried, pulling the cord. There was an explosion of compressed gas. The suitcase began to grow and unfold, morphing in a giant life raft, completing with outboard motor and sun canopy. Pitch goggled. I take it back. You can make a boat out of no boat. The cruise back to Cleopatra was a lot faster than the first trip, mostly because of the life rafts outboard. In fact, in many ways, the craft was ideal for a Zoobreak. It was meant for a shipwreck and was stocked with food, water, and a compass, rain gear, and medical supplies. None of these were of great importance to the team, except that all the gear came in dozens of pouches, packets, and containers. These turned out to be just the right size for stashing smart, furry animals, some of whom seemed determined to figure overboard and or eat their fellow travelers. Griffin manned the rudder, his eyes starting from the map to the compass to the approaching coastline. All things considered, he was pretty pleased with the way the operation had worked out. True, there had been a few unexpected twists. A truly great plan was always able to adapt, and the end result, the rescue of Cleopatra, was the total success. The 40 hitchhikers were Savannah's problems, and her friend Dr. Alford's. Beside him, Melissa worked at her BlackBerry, emailing the police department of Rutherford Point to rescue Klaus from the zooboat ceiling. She knew a way to send a message via the dummy server in Hong Kong. That way it could never be traced to her. Pitch was the first to spot the lights of the Silver Marina. When we get off this raft, she vowed, I'm going to drop to my knees and kiss the ground. You guys were fantastic tonight, said Savannah, her voice quavering with emotion. I'll never forget this. Me neither, Ben assured her. If I ever get on TV and they ask, what's the worst thing that ever happened to you? This is going to be it. The shore gradually grew more distinct, and as more boats loomed out of the darkness. At last, Griffin cut the engine, and the raft ran aground on the beach. The time was 3:35 a.m. I see Darren isn't here yet, said Pitch sarcastically, stepping out onto the sand. Now all that remained was to unload the animals in their pouches and boxes and bike them over to Savannah's shed. What about the boat? Melissa asked. Nasty might be able to connect it to us. Once again, the man with the plan had an answer. Together, a team engaged the engine, turned the raft around, and sent it putting toward the distant Connecticut. The bicycle parade started slowly, its riders overburned by the former inhabitants of the floating zoo. Savannah was in the lead, with Cleopatra sitting in piggyback and a tarpaulin containing Who in the front basket. It seemed grossly unfair that the final effort was required of them after they endured tonight. Perhaps a team pushing to the summit of Mount Everest would be more exhausted, but it seemed unlikely. They rode in silence to avoid waking anyone in the sleeping town. Discovery was unthinkable, not so close to the finishing line. When they turned the corner and the Dresdera house came into view, a cry of recognition escaped Cleopatra. "Sweetie, shh," Savannah said, hushing her. The sound reached no human ears, but that didn't mean it reached no ears at all. A large dark shape sailed through the open first-floor window and hit the ground at a full gallop. Luther closed the gap in seconds, meaty paws barely touching the pavement. The leap began 10 feet away. Ecstatic, Cleopatra vaulted over Savannah's shoulder and met her best friend in midair. Savannah dived off her bike just in time. The wipeout was spectacular. She hit the grass and roared as the bike careened hardly, steering itself into the telephone pole. The collision bounced the tarp out of the basket and sent it spinning and unwrapping along the road. With the hoot that shattered the quiet of the wee hours, a bundle of brown feathers shot out of the basket like a tomahawk missile, who circled once and then soared off, vanishing in the night. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Savannah, waiting for her reaction. She waved, blissful expression on her face. "He's free," she announced happily. "I thought animals from capacity didn't compete in the wild," Ben reminded her. "He's the only one who can," she said serenely. "He'll be fine, and all the others will be too, starting tomorrow." Contented, Cleopatra climbed aboard Luther with a short trot home, who circled high above them, exploring the strange new world. Chapter 18. The music room faded through Griffin, and the trombone slipped from his nerveless fingers. His head slid backwards into the barrel of the tuba behind him. The tuba player, Darren Vader, delivered a blast that knocked Griffin out of his chair and onto the clarionet section on the riser below. It didn't sound much like the theme from Rocky, but at least it woke him up. "Griffin, Bing!" Mr. Hoberman, the band leader, exclaimed in exasperation. "Could I trouble you to stay awake?" It was morning, a few hours after they'd returned. The Operation Zoobreak was taking its toll on Griffin. He believed its planning 100%. But no plan could ever account for going to score on 83 minutes of sleep. "Sorry," he mumbled, retrieving his instrument. "It won't happen again." Now he knew how Ben felt when the irresistible sleepiness stole over him, stunned and helpless. The band leader sighed. "Go to the boys' room and splash some water on your face, and don't come back until you're ready to be part of the orchestra. Late night, Bing?" Darren snickered behind him. "No," Griffin hissed. "We had to call it off because some traitor didn't show." Darren reddened. "I told you, my uncle came over and the guy wouldn't leave. I couldn't get out of the house." Sure, Griffin muttered, setting the trombone on its stand and staggering toward the door. He'd already warned the Zoobreak team not to tell Darren anything. He couldn't be trusted to keep his big mouth shut any more than he could be trusted to follow through on a promise. The blast of Darren's tuba still ringing in his ears, Finn headed to the boys' room. He never got there. The north door of the girls' room was flung open, and a small arm reached out and pulled him inside. There stood Savannah, her face white, her eyes wide. "What's the big idea?" Griffin complained. "If I get caught in here, that's the least of our problems," Savannah shrugged. She punched a number into the small cell phone and held it to his ear. It rang once before going straight to voicemail. "You've reached Dr. Catherine Alford, curator of the Long Island Zoo. I'm presently in Victoria, Africa, supervising the transport of 3 rainforest baboons to the United States. I'll be back in office on Wednesday, April 22nd. Please leave a message at the tone. There was a beep, followed by a different voice. Mailbox, fur. In an instant, Griffin complexion matched Savannah's. April 22nd. That's 2 weeks ago. Hey, you're going to have to find another zoo. I don't know anybody else who works in a zoo, Savannah wailed. Dr. Alford's the only person who could find homes for all those animals. Well, I hope they've got an internet cafe at Boone's use, because we need her now. What's she doing there for so long anyway? How can beat me or baboon to Long Island? They heard a squeak of a heavy door, and Savannah whispered urgently, "Hide!" Griffin locked himself in the star and stood up the toilet seat to keep his shoes out of view. Savannah commanded, washing her hands. "Hi, Monica. Guess what was in the news this morning?" The newcomer was agog. "Remember the zoo bill from the field trip? Somebody broke in last night and stole all the animals." Griffin was nearly fell into the toilet. "Wow," Savannah managed faintly. "That's unbelievable." "Totally," Monica agreed. "The crooks loaded all the animals onto the lifeboat and took them to Connecticut. You know what beats me? Why they'd even bother? That was the lousiest zoo in the world." As soon as Monica was gone, Griffin emerged, looking even paler than before. "You see, Griffin," Savannah's agitation was rising. "We're in trouble, and the one person who can save us is out of the country." "They think we went to Connecticut," Griffin reflected hopefully. "They won't think it for long. If all the missing animals turn up in Centerville," Savannah persisted. "You've got to help me." "You asked for help last time," he reminded her, "and I came up with a great plan to get your monkey back. Everything would have been fine if we just stuck to that. But no, one animal wasn't enough. We had to take 40. Savannah was stubborn. "We did the right thing. Those animals are better off in my shed than under Mr. Nasty's thumb." "For 2 weeks," Griffin challenged. Even Savannah had no answer for that. "No, not for 2 weeks. It wouldn't be safe. It wouldn't be sanitary, and I definitely couldn't not if my dad ever wants to cut the grass." Griffin ran nervous fingers through his unruly hair. "Okay, let me think." His mind raced. A big operation always seemed impossible until you broke it down into its many parts, taken one by one. If all those tiny parts were possible, then the whole plan had to be possible too. Maybe that was the approach he needed here. He could never wrap his mind around hiding 40 animals. But could they hide one animal and then do it 39 more times? Aloud, he said, "Logan's house has a leaky basement. That sounds like a pretty good place for Beaver to hang out for a couple of weeks." Chapter 19. Operation House Guest. The guest list: Korman underground, wetlands, beaver, frogs, salamanders, turtles, Dukakis split lever prairie, and piglet prairie dog. Benson temperate forest, garter snake, chipmunk, squirrels. Drizzer custom habitat: capuchin monkey, rabbits, white rats, duck loon. Slovak, suburban desert, Chihuahua, ferret, Bing, Rittenhouse, hamster, Gerber's mice. Meerkats are not rodents, Savannah lectured at the emergency meeting. They're actually related to the mongoose family. Well, yes, now we know who took her. If there's a cobra infection, Ben lamented. I can't believe there's another operation. It doesn't even know 4 days since the last operation. I went from Zoobreak to zookeeper in just a few hours. The team was gathered in Savannah's yard after school that day for the beginning of Operation House Guest. Melissa had the wagon she used to deliver the weekly penny saver. This would serve as transport to distribute the fugitive animal to their temporary safe houses. Luckily, it had been raining off and on our day, so no one ever would question Melissa's use of the cart's waterproof covering. It's only for a couple of weeks, Griffin told the grumbling team. It'll fly by. Yeah, like the Cretaceous period, Min muttered. I know it's a lot to ask, Savannah admitted, but look at the results of what we've done already. She indicated her huge dog, Luther, was carrying Cleopatra on the back of his neck again. If a pair of animals ever looked drenched in joy and contentment, it was those two. Ben was nervous. Aren't you afraid that your folks will get suspicious about Cleopatra turning up today of our days? Savannah shook her head. It makes perfect sense. Cleo got loose in the breakout and made her way home. Most animals have an excellent homing instinct. Pitch ran onto the scene. Sorry I'm late, you guys. I was glued to the TV. All aboard Animals meet CNN. But they still think the crooks went to Connecticut, right? Griffin asked breathlessly. She nodded. That's the good news. The bad news is the cops has figured out the Zoobreak was done by kids. How could they know that? Sven demanded. Claws toward him. It replied they had to free him from the ceiling with the jaws of life. With that thing they used to cut people out of a car wreckage, they even got a prime suspect, Ferris Atwater Jr. Logan was disgusted. Wouldn't you know it? I've spent my whole life trying to get on TV, and now I am, but nobody knows it's me. How can I put something like this in my press packet? Maybe they'll print up wanted posters? Ben suggested sarcastically. Exactly how much trouble are we in? Asked Melissa, the practical one. Absolutely none, Griffin assured her. So long as we don't get caught. And if we do, asked Logan. Use your imagination, Pitch suggested sourly. The cattle rustlers store animals too, and they've got strung up from the nearest trees. There was a sober silence as this sunk in. Savannah ended it by opening the door off the shed with a metallic clink. A furry blur jumped from the webcam of a lacrosse stick. It struck Ben full in the chest and clung there, claws gripping the fabric of his sweatshirt. Get it off! Get it off! It's just a ferret, Savannah soothed. Look, he likes you. No, he doesn't. He's clawing me to death. Ferrets are carnivores, Savannah lectured. If he wants to claw you or bite you, he'd at least break the skin. In a high-stress situation, with all these people around, and a very young juvenile ferret comfortable coming to you, that's genuine affection and trust. Besides, Griffin added, consulting the Operation House Guest plan, he's on your list. Man was genuinely dismayed. What's a chokwala? A smart lizard, Savannah explained. You have the only house with a sauna, so it has to go to you. They do best in hot, dry air. She reached into the shed, pulled out a fluorescent yellow pouch that had once heard signal flares from the life raft, and unzipped it lightly. Rise and shine, you guys. To the others, she reported, the mice are hungry. Finn shook the paper. They're coming home with me. What do they eat? Rodent chow, Savannah replied, re-zipping the pack and placing it in Melissa's cart. In black or pellet form, your choice. They're getting cheese, Griffin decided. If it works for Tom and Jerry, it'll work in my room. And plenty of water, Savannah added. That goes for all of the animals. But don't feed them until you place them in the new surroundings. Getting food will make them feel at home, so they'll be less likely to try to run away. The first stop was Logan's house. They lowered the reptile suitcase, minus the garter snakes and reptile suitcases, minus the garter snakes, in through the basement window, and then dropped Beaver and Loose. Everybody heard the splashes. How much water do you have down there? Griffin asked in amazement. Logan shrugged. Depends on how rainy it's been. Okay, for us, we did the Zoobreak before they installed our new sump pump. Aren't you worried that your mom is going to go down there? Pitch wondered. Not a chance, Logan scoffed. There's spiders the size of Mini Coopers in that basement. She's got towers stuffed under the door to make sure they can't come up into the house. Spiders, great, Savannah enthused. They'll take care of the food and needs of the frog and salamanders. Don't worry, Logan promised. This is the safest place in town. And we went into the house to see about making his new boarders comfortable. Melissa's parents weren't home, so it was simple enough to carry the hen, piglet, and prairie dog up to their bedroom closet. Pitch had a fur house with two older siblings, had to climb the drain pipe to smuggle the squirrels, chipmunks, and garter snakes inside. Ben kept the ferret in his shirt and the chokwala in his jacket pocket and walked straight past his parents at the kitchen counter. The Disdair house was so filled with the animals anyway that no one was going to notice the 3 extra rabbits in Savannah's warren or the 2 white rats in one of the many pet carriers stacked in the garage. The ducks and the loon she finished the waterfowl pond in the public park next door. Griffin's house was the last stop, as he established the 4 mice, 3 hamsters, and 3 jaybirds in a sturdy plastic chest of drawers that contained his lifetime supply of Lego. The meerkat peered down at him from its perch on a dresser. Just sit tight, he retorted. Sitting tight turned out to be one of its strengths. It didn't budge, following Griffin's every move with dark-rimmed eyes. As he closed the rodents into their hiding places, promising to return with dinner, he felt a wave of emotion that was almost as strong as his fatigue. Operation House Guest had sapped his very last ounce of strength. He had nothing left to give this plan. But was it a real plan? It had been hatched in 2 seconds in the girls' bathroom at school. There had been no time to think it through, refine it, or pay attention to the details. Yes, they had gotten the animals safely hidden before anyone noticed them. Menagerie in things that could go wrong. It would only take one escaped meerkat or prairie dog or chokwala for the authorities to stop looking in Connecticut and start looking here. He remembered from the baseball cards, high-stat cops were very good at their jobs. It would be impossible to cover the tracks of 40 animals in a public were nosing around, and then who knew how much trouble they'd be in? Mr. Nasty didn't like the forgiving type. And as for Klaus, he wished he could feel more in control, like he was running the plan instead of the other way around. Get a grip. Well, the first way to do that was to find a good spot for the meerkat. Out the window, the sun glinted off the glass panes of his mother's small backyard greenhouse. It was makeshift affair, a rectangular foundation of cinder blocks for the walls, with an old window resting on top. But it was warm, roomy, subtropical, and best of all, Mom only used it in March to get a head start in her flower garden. This place had meerkat written all over it. Mom was out, Dad was in the garage, working on the Verlo pusher, so Griffin hustled the little animal out to the yard and stuffed him under the glass of the greenhouse. It was 20 degrees warmer in there. The meerkat perked up immediately. Savannah had told him all about the meerkat diet, but he'd forgotten every word of it. So he bought a bowl of water and a handful of Ritz crackers. The meerkat chowed down happily, and Griffin, encouraged, had a couple of crackers himself. Maybe a plan didn't have to be flawless to have a chance of working. Chapter 20. Ben was sleeping so deeply, so soundly, that when the nip came, it was like being shot from the cannon. The 6 levels of dreamscape into harsh reality. Oh, cut it out, Mom! It wasn't Mom. When his eyes focused, staring into the snout of huge, ravaging beast with a slurring mouth full of jagged razor-sharp teeth. At the last second, he managed to swallow the cry of terror that surely would have brought his parents and everybody within the 3-block radius running. It was the ferret, poised on his chest, propping itself up on 2 tiny front paws that pursed against Ben's chin. The ferret eyes peered anxiously down at him. Shocked, Ben jumped up, sending the animal flying. It landed in mid-scurry and disappeared under the bed. There was a knock at the door, and Mr. Slovak poked his head inside. Time to get up for school, he called. Thanks, Dad, Ben replied, then added, you didn't have to wake me anymore. I'll use my clock radio from now on. Sure, Ben, I'm glad to see you talking responsibility. This kind of independence is really going to help you at the academy. His father's comment brought him up short. The academy. It was a reminder that there were worse things than having a ferret under your bed. He dressed quickly and ran down to breakfast. Careful closed his bedroom door behind him. En route onto the kitchen, he made a detour of the basement. There, where the sauna was located next to the jacuzzi, the chihuahua looked all right. He supposed, stretched out on the lizard, wasn't doing well. Wouldn't it get pale? What color is pale when you've already gray? And what was that with on the bench? BBs? He started and stared in horror. Poop. It poops in our sauna. He picked up the droppings with tissues and flushed them, trying to keep his mind in neutral. Then he turned on the heat, twisting the timer all the way to the maximum. You've got 30 minutes of desert, he whispered after that. You've got to chill out till I get home from school. At breakfast, he was positive with parents. His parents wouldn't be able to read the guilt on his face, but they seemed not to notice how stressed he was. He hoped neither of them was looking forward to a nice relaxing sauna in the next 2 weeks. In his room, he found the ferret up on the bed again. From his pocket, he produced a napkin-wrapped sausage patty smuggled off from breakfast table. Ferrets are carnivores, Savannah had said. She was right. The patty was devoured eagerly. Now we just have to find some place to put you where I'm at school. Ben mused around. He was pleasantly surprised that the creature allowed itself to be picked up. Good ferret, he approved. He opened his sack door and dropped his roommate inside. But before he could shut it again, the ferret sprang back onto his arm. He tried it 3 more times with an identical result. On the third effort, the animal crawled down his collar and buried itself under his shirt. Ben, came a call from the front hall. You're going to be late. He looked down his shirt to see his black eyes stubbornly up at him, staring stubbornly up at him. All right, ferret face. Looks like you're coming with me. Griffin met Ben on the halfway point of near walks to school. The two friends were exhaustion twins. Each could see his own dark circles around the other's eyes. How's it going? Griffin asked, even though he wasn't sure if he wanted to hear the answer. Ben whispered, I've got a chihuahua in my sauna and my ferret in my shirt. How do you think it's going? In your shirt? You mean now? He scrutinized Ben's upper body. That wasn't part of the plan. What if the teacher sees him? He wouldn't let me leave without him. Ben explained, maybe Savannah's right. He likes me. Just be careful, Griffin urged. We've already had one close call. Pitch's mom almost found a garter snake and French press coffee maker. Ben shook his head miserably. I wish there was some way we could lick our heels together. Blink 3 times and fast forward 2 weeks to when the zoo lady will be here to take these lousy animals off our hands. At school, the buzz of conversations was all about the mass breakout of the floating zoo. Mr. Nestays has already appeared on several local morning shows, pretending to care about the safety of the former exhibits. Savannah was outraged. Can you believe that criminal? He was crying on the interviewer, sobbing. That jerk never looked away from his cash box long enough to notice his animals until they were gone. You can't blame people for being interested. Pitch put in. Every science and biology class took a field trip to Rutherford Point for that exhibit. That's half the score, and the fact that's the suspect for our kids too only makes it juicier. The way people talk about Ferris Atwater Jr., he's like a folk hero, a cross between Robin Hood and Dr. Doolittle. I hate him, Logan said bitterly. How come he gets to be famous and I get cut down on a stupid oranges commercial? You can't hate him, Melissa pointed out. He's you. Never mind Ferris Atwater Jr., Savannah interrupted. How are the animals doing? How's the beaver? It's not as much of a no-brainer as I thought it was going to be, Logan admitted. Every time I go down to feed the turtles, he slaps the water with his tail. It's scaring the salamanders. At least the beaver doesn't cluck, put in Melissa, hostess of the chicken. Or scurry, added Pitch, who was in charge of the score and chipmunk contingent. Ben was not to be outdone. You've got hovers with your animals. Big deal. I have a relationship with mine. He flipped up his shirt and gave everyone a quick peek at Ferret Face, clinging to the cotton weave. Lucky me. Melissa shook her cotton of hair and peered at them earnestly. I don't want to make things worse, but my dad was talking about an incident that was reported to the town last night. Some lady's chihuahua got ambushed from the air and barely escaped in one piece. Based on the description, they're pretty sure the attacker was an owl. Who? Ben rasped. Forget that, Pitch exclaimed, annoyed. We have enough hassles with the animals we've got. We shouldn't worry about the one that got away. Except, Griffin reasoned, the cops put 2 and 2 together and realized the hour and Mr. Nasty's hours are the same hour. What hour? Darren Vader joined the group. Everyone took a step away from the contact with him. I didn't see hour. I said tower. Said Griffin shot back. The one I cleaned the sewer with and rubbed on your toothbrush. If Darren was offended, he wouldn't let on. He didn't let on. Funny thing, an hour is on the animals that got stolen off the paddle boat. But hey, you wouldn't have anything about that, right? Savannah said threateningly. We don't. That's a crazy coincidence. Darren went on. You guys planned a Zoobreak, and then another group of kids does exactly the same thing the same night. Truth is strangers than fiction, Pitch said through clenched teeth. Who knows who finds the whole thing really fascinating? Darren persisted. The cops, they love coincidences. Team exchanged uneasy glances. Griffin spoke up first. If you have a point, make it and go away. I want a piece of the action, Darren replied readily. Action? Ben repeated. What action? Don't play dumb with me. Darren growled. Those animals are worth money. Some of them are probably worth a lot of money. Then it put our Savannah's buttons. You can't put the price tag on an animal's life, she raged. You're talking about 40 beating hearts. Darren grinned triumphantly. I'll take that as a confession. Griffin juggled with anger and the need to choose his words carefully. If we had them, which we don't, and we stole them, which we don't, we wouldn't give 1 red cent to the traitor who stabbed us in the back when he was supposed to help us go get them, which we didn't. The bell rang, and the students around them began heading for homeroom. Anyway, think it over, Darren said in a friendly tone. Oh, by the way, I read a description of the kid, Ferris Atwater Jr. Kind of reminds me of you, Korman. It was the tense start to what promised to be a tense day. The team knew from past experience that Darren was a bad enemy. Logan alone wore a smile as the group broke up. He was finally famous, even if it was only to Darren Vader. Chapter 21, Operation Houseguest. Animal Maintenance Field Notes. 9:45 a.m. The caucus house. Griffin opened the toy chest and peered inside. Amazing, he said. I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't seeing it with my own eyes. About a dozen stuffed animals were piled in the center chest. Among them, completely motionless, sat the prairie dog, 100% real, blending in so well that it was impossible to tell it from the toys. Melissa nodded. When my mother reached in there to get my little brother's teddy bear, I swear I almost fainted. But she never noticed a thing. You're lucky that prairie dog stays so still, Savannah informed them. She looked approvingly into the closet, which was lined with ripped-up newspapers. Dried corn, seeds, plenty of water. That's fine for the hen. What are you feeding the piglet? Leftovers, Melissa replied. He likes a little pink garbage disposal. He had General Tso's chicken last night. The only problem is I'm going through a lot of newspaper. The Sunday Times comes tomorrow, Griffin put in helpfully. You're doing great, Savannah approved. Only she looked around. Where's the mud? Melissa's beady eyes were wide open now. Mud? It keeps your skin hydrated, Savannah explained. This is a house, not a pigsty. Melissa complained. She was anxious to plead her friends. But come on, there's no mud. Savannah was adamant. If you can't bring the mud to the pig, you have to bring the pig to the mud. No way, Griffin jumped in. That's a security risk. Too easy to get caught carrying him in and out. Hang on a sec. Savannah stepped into the bathroom in a hurry. She returned a moment later with a large tube filled with vicious grey cream. This would do the trick? Melissa was horrified. That's my mother's imported Sumatron organic mud pack. It costs $40 a tube. Savannah nodded understandingly. Better use it only once a day. 10:33 a.m. Benson House garage. Pitch was plainly worried. The squirrels can start drink a little water, but the chipmunks have stopped eating altogether. Savannah reached into the picnic basket that served as Chipmunk House and retrieved a strip bar of fluff. What are you feeding them? Peanut butter, extra crunchy. Savannah's eyes widened. Why? You said they eat nuts. That's the closest thing we have. Look at the poor little sweeties. You've glued their mouths shut. Quick, a toothbrush. No way, Savannah sighed. A Q-tip then. Hurry. Griffin shook his head. This was not a good sign. 11:09 p.m. Duck pond in park next to Drisdale house. Hey, Mommy, the little boy announced hurriedly. That duck is sick. He was pointing at the loon, which had just sent out its distinctive warbling call in the midst of a whole lot of quacking. I hear stuff like that through my window about 10 times a day. Savannah said wearily. Face it, Griffin, the loon's too different. It was undeniable. The bird had dark, almost black feathers, a ruff around its neck, and a narrow, pointy beak. It's smaller than the others, except maybe the tails, and it's a diver. People are talking about it way too much. Maybe we should sneak it out tonight, Griffin suggested. I can go to Logan's basement. Don't be stupid. It would eat the frogs and salamanders. And the noise, it's not bad there outside. But a damp basement is like an echo chamber. Griffin shook his head. I was nervous about the rest of us. The one person I was sure would ace Operation House Guest was you. Savannah laughed without humor. Ha ha, are you kidding? My own rabbits can stand the new rabbits. And it's World War III in the Warren. You can't know everything about zoology, but no one can predict a personality conflict. Griffin checked his watch. We should probably head over to Ben's. He's ordering pizza for lunch. Fairface likes pepperoni. Then we can go to the Logans. 1:12 p.m. Kellerman's basement. The scene was something out of a dream. All of the parts were normal enough, but they didn't fit together logically. The floor was covered in at least 6 inches of water, and the beaver swam in circles around an island formed by a sodden beanbag chair. Turtles and salamanders lived on this island, joined by frogs, which splashed in and out of the water at will. It's amazing, Savannah breathed. It's like a whole ecosystem sprang up in somebody's leaky basement. It's starting to creep me out a bit, Logan confessed. See those bookshelves over there? They're all chewed up. I think the beaver is eating them. He probably got the teeth for it, Griffin observed lamely. No, that's not at all. Savannah pointed to a small mound of debris poking up from the water near the stairs. He's building a dam, Logan. This is wonderful. You've created a habitat so perfect that he's actually doing what normal beavers do. Logan looked miserable. You won't think it was so wonderful if it was your basement. When they pump this place out, someone's going to have to explain why there's a beaver dam down here. He turned the beseeching eyes on the man with the plan. I can't go on like this for 2 weeks. You've got to find a way to end it. He was almost in tears, not acting this time, not even a bit. 2:20 p.m. Bing's backyard. I suggest using toothpicks to remove the rodent dropping from your Lego drawers. Savannah said, saying otherwise we're going to have an odor problem. Griffin was preoccupied. Do you think Logan's right? That you're crazy to try to keep this going for 2 weeks? You just have to take it one day at a time, Savannah replied, and do our best for the animals. I'm worried about Ben. His dark circles are getting bigger. That ferret is waking him up when he hesitated. His best friend's extra naps were a secret. But let's just say the guy isn't the world's greatest sleeper. What if ferret face is making it worse? The question was immediately replaced by a more pressing issue. They had reached the makeshift greenhouse. The meerkat was not there. That's impossible, Griffin exclaimed, refusing to believe the evidence of his own eyes. There's no way he could lift a glass cover to get out. But there was also no denying that the greenhouse was empty. Wordlessly, Savannah grabbed Griffin by the shoulders and turned him around. There, about 6 feet behind them, was the meerkat, up on his hind legs, watching them. How? All at once, the animal was gone again. As suddenly as if it had vanished in a puff of smoke. Seconds later, it was back in the greenhouse, looking up at them. Griffin was flabbergasted. He teleports? Savannah walked over and crouched down at the spot where the meerkat had once stood. He tunnels. I should have known. Meerkat are diggers. Griffin was alarmed. Then there's no way to keep him inside the greenhouse. He could dig his way out and come up anywhere. I have to lock him in a closet or something. Savannah smiled patiently. Don't you see? It's just like the beaver. He's living like a meerkat in a Kalahari. Except in the Kalahari, he can't pop up in front of my parents. Meerkats are low on the food chain, Savannah explained, so they develop strong bonds to a safe place. If you keep plenty of food in the greenhouse, you'll always come back to it. That works? She chuckled. Zoology isn't an exact science. Nothing is certain when you're dealing with living creatures, each with its own unique temperament. But you'll probably be okay. He regarded her with dismay. She had complete confidence in her understanding of animal behavior, but the man with a plan was starting to see that no reliable plan would ever include 40 animals. They were just too quirky and unpredictable. He could fear fate closing in on him. Something was going to go wrong. The only question was when. If there was only one thing that Darren Bader couldn't stand, it was to be left out of something big. And this was big. He could smell it. Bang, his swayed-off sidekick, and their flock of sheep definitely had those animals. Somehow, they had found a way to pull off the Zoobreak without him. Griffin was a loser, but Darren had to give him credit. He obviously knew how to recognize a business opportunity. This may have started out as a rescue for the stray monkey, but when Bing got aboard the zoo boat and looked around at the animals, he had to see dollar signs. What else could explain going off for one critter and coming back with a whole kit of caboodle? It was all about the Benjamins, the kind of monkey his old man is never going to make with his fruit pickers and orchard scooters. Darren knew he had to get in on this scam, but how? Blackmail didn't work. but he should have expected that. He had almost as much to lose here as Bing. If Darren ratted in the cops, sure, the Zoobreakers would get in trouble, but then the jig would be up. The animals would go back to the paddle boat, and nobody would make a buck of them. Off them. He walked to the window and peered out of the rooftops of Settler. Griffin and the others were biding their time, waiting for the right moment to cash out. That meant that somewhere hidden in this boring little town was a fortune in stolen animals. If he could somehow get his hand on one, just one. A sound reached him out of the distance, a muffled hooting. He recalled Griffin's word the previous morning. I didn't say hour, I said tower. He had a grainy vision of a great horned owl asleep in its cage at our aboard animals. Smiling now, he powered up his computer and opened the browser for a Google search. Keywords, owl trap. Chapter 22. The cage was piled up in a corner of the main compartment that had once been the floating zoo. It's a write-off, boss, Klaus rumbled in his deep baritone. They've all got at least a few bars cut. Mr. Nastase added the items to his list of losses for the insurance company. 31 state-of-art climate-controlled animal habitats with electronic locks. If he couldn't have his animals back, at least he could make a killing on the insurance claim. And there was one other advantage to the theft of his zoo. You know, he commented, I never thought I'd be able to breathe through my nose on this boat. I don't think I realized how bad the stink was till it was gone. Amen, the security man agreed. Sir, I kind of miss the little guy. I don't think I was the type to get attached, but that's what happened with some of them. I don't miss a single one, the zookeeper said flatly. I miss the lines of paying customers. I miss the feeling of their money in the cash box. I miss the sight of a spoiled brat in an all-aboard animals t-shirt. Overpaying for a souvenir and giving me free advertising at the same time. Claus laughed. You're a hard man, boss. The smile clouded. But there is one kid I'd like to see again. I know, the lines of Mr. Nastase's mustache sharpened to a spear point. Ferris Atwater, Jr. Fight him too, I guess, but I was thinking of the little snot-nose who went commando on me and then lured me into the ceiling. The zookeeper added a note to his insurance paper, but damage done to the ceiling and Burkhead wire cutting his mustache band lunkhead out of the ductwork. Aloud, he said, I hope you know, Klaus, how much I appreciate what you went through for this company. His cell phone rang. From the display, he recognized a number of Detective Harrigan, the lead officer investigating the robbery. I hope you have some good news for me, Detective. Nastase said at the handset. Klaus and I have been going through the records here, and it hasn't exactly been fun. We found a few webcams we believe were used to case the boat, Harrington replied. Their servers seem to be overseas, ultra-secure, dead end. But we've got something else that might turn into a lead. There have been reports of an aggressive owl terrorizing cats and dogs in a Long Island town not far from you. You lost an owl, didn't you? It's a very valuable one. Nastase confirmed. But surely there are a lot of owls on Long Island. Timing's a little suspicious. And the location. It's across the sound from the spot where we found your little raft. Maybe you've heard of this town, said Arver. Our aboard animals booked hundreds of score visits, but the name sounded familiar. Thanks, detective. Please keep me posted. As soon as he was off the phone, the zookeeper went to the office and took out the appointments log for score tours. There it was, Silver Public Score District. They'd sent several groups the week before the robbery. It rang an unpleasant bell. That girl, Sabrina, Susanna, something like that. The one who'd accused him of stealing her monkey. The family had even gone so far as to have their lawyer card. He began flipping through the register, searching for his notes on the incident. Claus ducked in through the hatchway. Find something, boss? That girl, the one who insisted Eleanor was hers. He slapped the page. Here it is. Savannah Drisdeer from Silver, New York. Same town where our sightings are happening right now. Great news, Claus exclaimed. Call that cops and Darren what we know. Mr. Nestes looked thoughtful. I don't think we should involve the police just yet. I want to handle this quietly. The security man was mystified. What for? He frowned. Wait a minute. You're not telling me we really did steal that monkey? Of course not, the zookeeper replied in a wounded tone. It's just that things can get complicated when you're dealing with false accusations. Claus fixed him with a piercing stare. But we definitely didn't steal the monkey, right? Do I look like a thief? Claus's eyes fell on the desk lamp. A sticker on the shade read, Property of Holiday Inn. Chapter 23. Ben, are you all right? Ben opened his eyes to find Nurse Savage leaning over the cot where he took his special nap every day. He moved his arms across his chest to make sure she didn't notice the bump on his sweater that represented Ferret Face's hiding place of the moment. I'm fine, he answered. I just can't sleep. She raised her eyebrows. That's the whole point, isn't it? You're supposed to sleep, and you've always slept before. Has anything changed in your medical condition? I didn't think so, Ben listened carefully. Being saddled with a ferret 24/7 was definitely a condition, but it wasn't medical. The truth was painfully obvious to him. Narcolepsy or not, he was no longer in danger of falling asleep during the day. Anytime he showed signs of nodding off, Ferret Face would grab hold of his skin and bite down just hard enough to keep him awake. How would he explain that to the score nurse? She had a theory. It's almost as if you're trying to sleep, but something is preventing you from letting go. Are you having bad dreams? I distinctly heard you say, ouch. I'm definitely not sleeping, so it can't be dreams. The nurse probed further. How's your sleep at night? Ben shrugged. I don't know. I'm asleep at the time. The truth was the nights were okay, since Ferret Face slept then too. The ferret liked to crawl all the way to the end of the bed and sleep near Ben's feet. It was actually pretty comfortable, if you could ignore the fact that the room was starting to smell like all aboard animals. Mom had been giving him gentle reminders lately about using deodorant. The nurse sighed. Well, if this continues, I'm going to have to get in touch with your pediatricians. Ben swallowed hard. His doctor might not be as smart as the sleep experts at the DuPont Youth Academy for sleep science, but he would probably notice a ferret living inside his patient's shirt. He could feel the walls of the health office closing in on him. He had to talk to Griffin. Achoo! Logan's sneeze was completely unconvincing. He grimaced in annoyance. He was never going to get the allergy commercial if he could come up with a better sneeze than that. And then Logan Korman would never get to be as famous as Ferris Atwater Jr. already was. Practice. Achoo! 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 He was sneezing so loudly that he almost missed his mother's scream. By the time he ran downstairs, she was on the phone, wide-eyed and ranting. "This is the biggest rat I've ever seen in my life, right in my basement. There is no way those little mouse traps are going to work on this monster. Bring a shotgun." Heart sinking, Logan opened the door and peered down the cellar stairs. It was too dark to make out much detail, but the beaver's eyes burned up out of the gloom, red and wild. He had a giddy version of a coverall-clad exterminator coming out of the basement. "Miss Korman, you don't have rats. You've got beavers and turtles and salamanders and frogs. In fact, you've got a whole lot of stuff that disappeared off the zoo boat. Your son bears a striking resemblance to Ferris Atwater Jr. This called for drastic action. As soon as Mom hung up the phone and left the room, he pounded on the handset and hit radio. "Center for Pest Control," came the voice at the other end. "Hi, did you just get a call from the Korman house? 414 DeWitt. I'm calling to cancel. It was our misunderstanding. It wasn't a rat. It was a stuffed otter. Sorry for the mix-up. Don't come." Man, that was close. Logan didn't want to think about that, what might have happened if he hadn't been home. But an hour later, he was experimenting with different combinations of pepper and smelling salts, looking for the perfect sneeze. He heard his mother on the phone again. "Where are you people? You said right away, cancel." "Of course I didn't cancel. Why would I cancel? There's a rat downstairs that could eat my children. Come now." And when Logan called to nix the appointment yet again, the exterminator was so angry that he vowed he would refuse to come to the Korman house, even if there was a T-Rex chewing on the roof shingles. Logan let out a breath. He was safe, for now. But there were other exterminators in our towns. Mom wasn't going to let this lie. They had to get rid of the animal, and fast. Cleopatra was the first to sense that something was not right. She danced nervously around the kitchen, swinging on the cabinet knobs, chattering in agitation. "What is it, Cleo?" Savannah asked. "What's wrong?" Ding dong! The monkey jumped into Savannah's arms and clung there, trembling. "Come on, sweetie, we'll see who it is." She threw the front door wide open. There stood Mr. Nestays in claws. "I knew it!" the zookeeper exclaimed in triumph. "I knew I'd find Eleanor here." Savannah slammed the door in their faces. "Dad!" In a split second, Mr. Destroyer was at their side. He opened the door again. "Is there any reason why you two are trespassing on our property?" "That monkey was stolen from my zoo," Mr. Nestays said cordially. "I'll tell you what you told our lawyers a couple of weeks ago," said Mr. Destroyer. "Our capuchins look alike, and you can't prove this one is yours. My daughter's pet was lost, and now she's home. That's all that matters here. Your daughter is a criminal," the zookeeper accused. "She was part of a group of juvenile delinquents who broke into my zoo and stole 40 valuable animals." Mr. Destroyer was blown away. "Who do you think she is? Jesse James? Savannah and her friends are 11 years old. They're no more capable of pulling off what happened at your zoo, and they are off flying to the moon. The kid who attacked me was half the size of her," rumbled Claus. "Look," said Mr. Destroyer. We're animal lovers. We have a lot of pets. But don't you think I'd notice if there are 40 extras around? That depends. Mr. Anastase's mustache was nearly 2 parallel lines on how hard you look at what's right under your nose. He reached for the capuchin in Savannah's arms. Cleopatra let out a shriek of terror. With a woof that shook the very foundations of the house, a large, dark shape leaped over the fence from the backyard. By the time Luther's big paws hit the grass, he was in full flight, bounding up the front walks to come to the aid of his dearest friend. Claus caught sight of the Doberman first. He picked up Mr. Anastase and hoisted him away from the front door. A heartbeat later, Luther landed on that very spot. "Run, boss!" The two took off out of the yard and down the street. If Savannah hadn't called off her dog, Luther would have pursued them to the end of the earth. The zookeeper and the security man were still running when they reached their rental car. They threw themselves inside and locked the doors. "Thank you for that quick thinking, Claus," Mr. Anastase panted. "I can't believe that they insist that monster on us." "I think the monkey did that," Claus gasped. It was her voice that brought the dog. Still shaken, the zookeeper opened his window. The angry barking had stopped. "The coast is clear." Claus looked puzzled. "I thought Eleanor would be happy to be rescued, but she seemed pretty comfortable with that kid." Mr. Anastase was disgusted. "A dumb animal is uncomfortable with anybody who feeds him." "We used to feed her," Claus pointed out, "but she sure didn't like it when you got too close. Those people have it wrong, huh? Definitely didn't steal her." "Of course not. It bought her from a reputable animal dealer." "Yeah, but how did the dealer get her?" Claus probed. The zookeeper was annoyed. "Your job, Claus, is security, which you might have done better, since all our exhibitions are gone. You let me worry about the animals. I know everything there is to know about each and every one of them." When the waterfowl pond in the park next to their home, the loon yodeled its distinctive mournful calls. "Filthy pigeons," Mr. Anastase commented. "Rats and wings." Chapter 24. When Griffin arrived at school the next morning, the sight that met his eyes nearly stopped his heart. There, seated in the glass and outer office, was Mr. Anastase. Oh, no. Since the Zoobreak, the one thing that had been going in their favor was the fact that the search for the missing animals was taking place in the Connecticut. But now Mr. Nasty had found Silver, and Dr. Alford and her baboons were not due back for another 8 days. "Don't panic," Griffin told himself. "It's just no cops. He doesn't know anything for sure." When he found the notes in the locker, he was certain it was his summons to the office for face-to-face grilling by the zookeeper. But it wasn't from the principal. He unfolded the paper and read, "Emergency meeting. The barroom. Now." The barroom was Coach Nimit's graveyard for all broken bars and equipment he couldn't bring himself to throw to the garbage. Griffin headed down the hallway behind the gym and slipped into the storage room. They were all there, up to their knees in flattened sports gear: Savannah, Pitch, Logan, Melissa, and Ben. Griffin addressed his best friends first. "I was wondering why I didn't see you on the way to school." Ben looked contrite. "Sorry to gang up on you, Griffin, but everyone agrees. You've got to get rid of the animals before it's too late." Griffin nodded in resignation. "I was going to call a meeting anyway. Mr. Nasty's on the principal's office." "Forget that." Savannah was close to the edge. "He was at my house yesterday. Griffin, he knows. He suspects." Griffin amended. But remember, that's Nastays in the office, not the police. He doesn't want the cops nosing around because he doesn't want it to come out that he stole Cleopatra in the first place. Are you saying that we're safe? Pitch asked incredulously. No, Griffin admitted. When he finds out exactly where the animals are and who's got them, that's when he'll go to the cops. When it's an open and shut case and we are the crooks, not him. That means there's still time. No, the words were spoken with such force that no one believed it came from a quiet, shy Melissa. Please, no more time. My baby brother is afraid of stuffed animals because one of them moved. My mother found an egg in my slippers. It can't go on. Amen to that, said Logan. I can't call every exterminator on Long Island and tell them my mother's crazy. We got our electric bill, Ben put in. It's over $700. My family's going broke just to keep the sauna running for the Chikwala. Our garage is starting to smell like a barn, Pitch complained. I hear you, Griffin said sadly. I'm having problems too, you know. The owner got tunneled into Miss Abernethy's vegetable garden. Lucky for us, the cops thought she was reporting a meerkat rather than a meerkat. Then that was a close one. What are you going to do about that? Pitch demanded. Sooner or later, we are going to run out of these lucky breaks. We need a plan, Griffin concluded. Something that gets the animals out of a hair and into a safe place until Dr. Alford comes back from baboon shopping. Savannah was depressed. It sounds great, but it's not so simple. These are living creatures. They need to be cared for, fed, and exercised. The predators have to be separated from the prey. They make noises and smells. You'll never find a place like that. Not without starting our own zoo, Pitch added glumly. And suddenly, the man with a plan was living up to his name. That's it, he exclaimed. A second Zoobreak. We broke them out of one zoo. You'll break them into another. You'll take them to Long Island Zoo, and they'll be waiting there when Dr. Alford gets back. Ben was appalled. Are you crazy? That's no little paddleboat with cages that bought at Walmart. That's a real zoo with real security. Savannah looked thoughtful and hopeful at the same time. You know, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but Dr. Alfred once took me there when it was shut down for the night. The buildings are locked electronically. He looked meaningfully at Melissa. It's all run by computers from the main office. I'll do anything, Melissa promised, just so I can have my bedroom back. And my basement, Logan put in. And my garage, at a pitch. Ben was bitter. You don't think I want my sauna back? And to wear a shirt that doesn't have a ferret in it? But this is crazy. You push the wrong button and you could send a herd of elephants stampeding down the Long Island Express. Wait, we'll be careful, Savannah promised. Don't you see, this is the best idea in the world. We're saved. Not yet, Pitch said grimly. How are we going to get there? That zoo must be 10 miles away. We can bike there carrying all the animals. It's not near the water, so a boat doesn't help us. A slow smile replaced Griffin's worried expression. The smile that said the new plan was beginning to take shape. Mr. Anastasius and Claus were sharing a formica table at Mr. Pizza Guy when the waitress set a basket down between them. What's this? The zookeeper asked, frowning. Cheesy stick. We didn't order anything else, Claus told her. She grinned. Complications of the young gentleman at the counter. Darren Vader swivered on the store and fired up a snappy salute. "Man," said Klaus under his breath, "is this kid for real?" Darren left the counter and joined them at the table, helping himself to the cheesy stick. And as he sat down, "Darren Vader," he introduced himself, "I have a business proposition. I set out an hour trap a couple of days ago, interested to see if I caught anything." Clauses and shot up from behind the table, grabbing Darren's elbow and screeched, "You're some piece of work trying to sell us back our own animals. Hey, that hurt." Mr. Anastase leaned into the boy's face. "Now I have a proposition for you. Why don't we go down to the police station and you tell them what other traps you set?" Darren gulped. "It's just an hour, honest." Mr. Anastase, civilized veneer, faded as his temper rose. "I wasn't boarding yesterday, kid. I know you're mixed up with Savannah Dristier and Ferris Atwater Jr. and the gang of delinquents who emptied my zoo." "I'm not," Darren quivered. Klaus squeezed harder. "Okay, I was part of the team at first, but I didn't go. I couldn't get out at night. I really did use an owl trap. I bought it on eBay. I'll show you the recept." "I've got a better idea, Darren Vader," said the zookeeper. "You can show me the owl, and then you can tell me where to find the rest of my animals." "Are you going to pay me anything?" Darren replied. "Certainly," Mr. Anastase agreed. "If you help me get my zoo back, I will reward you by not telling the police that you're the one who robbed my place at business." Darren was horrified. "But I'm innocent, possibly. But who will believe it when they see you have an hour?" "That's not fair," Darren reared. "Life isn't fair," the zookeeper commiserated. "But it can be bearable if you cooperate." Poor Darren could not understand how things was going to be so terribly wrong. He'd come here with a valuable hour to sell, and Mr. Anastase had managed to turn everything against him. All he could do was nod miserably. He didn't dare speak for fear he would dig himself an even deeper hole. Mr. Anastase nibbled triumphantly on the cheesy stick. "You've got 24 hours to find out where our former associates are hiding my animals." He smacked his lips. "These are really good." Chapter 25. Operation Zoobreak 2. Date Wednesday, April 15th. Time midnight sharp. Instructions: bring cargo security packed to the meeting point for transport to the Long Island Zoo. There was a knock at the door. "Ben," came Mr. Slovak's voice. "Can I come in?" "Just a minute, Dad." Ben stuffed ferret face into his closest closet along with the printout of tomorrow's night plan. He opened the door to admit his father. "What's up?" "I have some news." Mr. Slovak's expression was solemn. DuPont Academy just called. "There's a place opening up for you in 10 days. Ben had known this was coming, but he didn't expect to be so devastated by the reality. He told himself he ought to be happy. He was going to be safe in New Jersey, where there were no zoo breaks, either into or out of captivity. He should have been relieved that at last the suspense was over. No more sword dangling above his head. Instead, all he thought about was supporting a school he didn't want to go for. Far away from everything he knew and cared about. Far away from his best friend, being shanghaied into his second zoo break in a week. It seemed like a minor inconvenience compared with that. He took a deep breath. Okay, so what do I have to do? Nothing right away, Mr. Slovak replied sympathetically. I just wanted to let you know it was coming. And by the way, the school nurse called. She says your nap habits have changed and she wants you to see Dr. Patterson. Ben sighed. Sure, why not? After tomorrow night, Fairface would be history. And he would be back to normal, or at least normal for a kid with narcolepsy. When his father left, Ben opened the closet door. All right, Fairface, the coast is clear. He started. The ferret was chewing on the plan for the Zoobreak too. He made a grab for the paper, but an agile creature darted underneath his hand and out into the bedroom. Give me that, he hissed. He took a flying leap onto the bed, but the ferret scooted just outside of his grasp. It scrambled across the pillow and jumped back down to the carpet. As it passed the open window, a strong breeze tore the page from the mouth and tossed it into the air. Now look what you've done! A life plan blowing out around the neighborhood. Griffin would have a heart attack. Ben took the stairs 3 at a time and burst into the back door. The paper was nowhere to be seen. Oh, well, if I can't find it, no one else can. I probably stuck 20 feet up a tree. Griffin didn't have to know about this or about DuPont Academy. The man with the plan was enough on his mind. Chapter 26. Wednesday, April 15th, dawned brilliant and sunny. Nowhere was brighter than the Sutter Marina, where Mr. Vader's boat. The Invader was docked in slip 19. Darren emerged from the cabin below, holding a square wire mesh cage, and blinking his huge yellow eyes in confusion and discomfort was who. Claus took the strap from him and peered at its occupant. That's him, all right. Good to see you, little buddy. Mr. Anastase barely glanced in the hour's directions. That only half of our bargain. Now, where are the rest of my animals? Donchika said. I don't know. The zookeeper's eyes narrowed. Do you have any idea what life is like inside a juvenile detention center? Darren gulped. I don't know where they are now, but I know where they'll be tonight. From his pocket, he produced much rumpled paper and began to unfold it carefully. The heading read, Operation Zoobreak 2. Klaus frowned. Zoobreak? What is the joke? This kid Griffin is a really big idiot. Don't explain he writes up a plan like this every time he goes to the bathroom. And you got the paper from him? Miss Anastase probed. Donchika said. From the sawed-off sidekick. He was spying on his house, trying to see if he had any of the animals. This blew out the window. The security man ran his fingers along the center, bumpy contours of the shade missing corners. Bite marks, he concluded. Smart ones. Spot scanned the page in anger. They're taking my animals to someone else's zoo. We'll just see about that. The meerkat stood on the dresser once more, watching intently as Griffin plucked the gerbils, hamsters, and mice out from among the Lego pieces and zipped them into a small backpack. He selected a toothpick from the box and peered into the plastic drawers to begin the distasteful task of cleanup. Then with a sigh, he took the entire collection and dumped it in a large green garbage bag. He was getting too old for Legos anyway. Hey, if the worst thing was that happened out of all this was the loss of a little Lego, they would be getting off easy. Who would have thought that a few helpless animals would be harder to handle than $1 million baseball card? But you could plan for a card. With animals, the plan was always changing from one rescued 40 from a breakout to a secret hotel operation. And now, Zoobreak 2, the riskiest plan of all. Can we pull it off? He asked aloud. The meerkat didn't know either, but he was a good listener. This mongoose cousin. He sat up on his hind legs and always seemed to be paying such rapt attention. And Griffin reflected. There was no chance of him spilling the beans. That was pure gold. Cracker, it was a rhetorical question. The meerkat never turned down a ritz. Griffin and his companion shared a tense pre-Zoobreak snack. He hoped that they served these at a Long Island Zoo. He should make an anonymous call about it to Dr. Alford when she got back from Africa. Thinking ahead to a time after tonight was almost impossible. The next few hours would be the most difficult of their lives. The grandfather clock in the dining room chimed midnight. Griffin peered out the window. A shadowy figure lurked near the rosebush. Pitch, with a backpack of her own and a wicker picnic basket. Operation Zoobreak 2 was on. He hustled the meerkat into the canvas string bag, shouldered with cargo, and crept silently down the stairs and out the front door. By that time, Melissa was there too, with her wagon of which sat 3 wriggling laundry bags. Ben traveled light with the chaguala in a zipper pocket and ferret-face inside his shirt. But Logan required a fur bag for his beaver, turtles, and salamanders and frogs. Last of all, carrying the heaviest burden came Savannah with rabbits, white rats, ducks, and loons in 4 pet carriers. Griffin stared at her matted hair and dripping clothes. Why were you so wet? The loon wouldn't leave, Savannah spluttered. I had to go into the water and get him. Okay, Griffin, said Pitch. We're all here, and so is the livestock. How do we get to the zoo? In answer, Griffin opened the garage door. There stood 6 prototypes of his father's newest inventions, all charged up and ready to go. Logan was blown away. What are they? Griffin jumped onto the riding platform of the first one. Presenting the smart pink roller pusher, wheeled out of the garage, executing quick turns in and around the team. Titanium frame construction, pinpoint steering, animal-friendly bushel basket, and good for 50 miles on a single charge. Pitch was delighted. This is awesome. She hopped into her unit, put it through its paces, spinning through experimentally. Your dad's pretty weird, but man, he invents some wired stuff. Tired out to Miss Vader, said Griffin. She doesn't think the roller pusher is unique enough to deserve its own patent. Ben made a face. Big talk, considering the only thing she's ever given the word is Darren. He touched the handlebar and immediately drove into the garage wall. Ow! Careful, Griffin hissed. If anything happens to one of these prototypes, my dad will ground me till I'm 90. All right, load up the animals, and don't forget to take a bike helmet. Anyone who happened to be looking out the window that night would have been treated to an amazing sight. A line of 11-year-olds standing ram roads straight on moving platforms, rolling silently down the street. Traffic was light, but every single passing car slowed down to stare. A teenager in a pickup truck lowered his window and called, "How much do you want for one of those?" "They're not for sale," Griffin replied from his position in the lead. "Do you think we look cool?" Melissa mused in amazement. "I've never been cool before." Are you kidding? Pitch laughed. We belong to the cover of Dorks Illustrated. But if you need to move a meerkat, Griffin tossed back, this is better than a Lamborghini. In spite of the crushing gravity of the task ahead, he couldn't help but feel a pride in his father's invention. At a roller-busher top speed of 12 miles per hour, they floated south along the shoulders of Country Road 47, past closed strip malls and darkened neighborhoods. Griffin was terrified that a police officer would cruise by and wonder what 6 kids are doing down out at this hour on such bizarre vehicles. But luck stayed with them, and cops patrolled over roads. Even the animals were cooperative. Most of them took the darkness of night as a signal that they should be sleeping. They'd been traveling for nearly an hour before the headlamp of Griffin's prototype illuminated the sign, Long Island Zoological Garden, next right. This is it, you guys. Follow me. Chapter 27. Zoo was such a daytime place that it seemed eerie and threatening in the gloom. The team wheeled through acres of empty parking lots illuminated only by the faintest of lights. The ticket windows were shuttered, the front gate barred by a rolling section of fence. Pitch hopped off a roller busher and scaled the barrier with ease. Piece of cake, she said softly. It's just a latch. Finn hopped her slide the heavy fencing aside, and the 6 vehicles entered the zoo. From here, Savannah took over the lead role in the operation. Not only was she the animal expert, but she had been here after hours. Dr. Alford had given her an insider's view. There are keepers on car, but they're not in sight, she whispered. The only people at the zoo right now are 2 night watchmen cruising around in golf carts. If we stay off the main path, we should be able to avoid them. Roller bushers are designed to drive an orchard, Griffin added. We can take them on the grass. Melissa spoke. Where's the computer that controls the cage locks? An administration is running, Savannah replied. It's just past the food court. The procession of roller bushers drove by the pavement into the cover of the trees. Only they skirted down the compound, their vehicles bumping over stones and roots. The ride was rougher, but the suspension was rock steady. The bugs with their live cargo shook, but not far off. Their courses took them behind some of the zoo's more famous exhibits. Griffin could make out the tall shape of the sleeping giraffe silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Further along were 2 huge hawks, probably the rounded backs of elephants, but this was no sightseeing tour. He couldn't let his mind wander now that their goal was so close at hand. He focused all his attention on keeping his scooter right behind Savannah's and making sure the others were close behind him. Administration read the sign in front of the low building construction in the shape of an R. It lay flat to the ground, its front door protected by a simple padlock. Griffin stopped his roller busher, hopped off the platform, and approached the entrance. From the side pouch of his backpack, he produced the wire cutters he'd used to open the cages in the first Zoobreak. He clamped the blades around the lock and squeezed. No progress. Pitch came to lend her strength to the task. The two of them groaned with effort. Still nothing. Savannah was alarmed. If we can't get into the office, we'll never be able to turn the electric locks. And we came all this way for nothing? Asked Logan, aghast. No way am I taking that beaver back to my basement. Griffin abandoned the wire cutters. Any good plan includes backup. He reached into the pouch once more and pulled out a small hacksaw. It'll take a few minutes. Stash the roller bushers in the bushes just in case the security guards come by. He went to work on a padlock, sawing vigorously. It was slow going, and soon he was bathed in sweat despite the cool night. The metal gave away bit by bit. The shavings rained down on the stoop. Finally, the lock clattered to the pavement. They were in. Griffin, Savannah, and Melissa entered, leaving the others to guard the animals. The inside of the building could have been the main office at school, with desks and cubicles and small meeting rooms down a hallway. Okay, said Griffin. Our business. Which computer unlocks the cages? They are, said Melissa. The system has to be run on a secure internet. Any networked station should do the job. We're used to one in Dr. Alfred's office. Savannah decided she definitely has the authority. She led them down the corridor to the name-marked curator. The door was ajar. The computer started humming. Melissa sat down and began to pound on the keyboard. Do you think she can get it? She can do it? Wondered Savannah, her eyes full of anxiety. I don't know, Griffin replied, but on the computer, if Melissa can't do it, it can't be done. They stood in silence as the keyboard clattered. Data flashed across the screen. The tension was so dense that it was almost visible in the room. The weight of the whole affair was especially heavy on Savannah, since the theft of her monkey had set it all in motion. And as for Griffin, he knew that no hacksaw could save a plan if they couldn't access cages. Worse, there was no going back. Not Savannah's shed, Logan's basement, Melissa's closet, Pitch's garage, Ben's sauna, or Griffin's Lego. Melissa's quiet voices startled both of them. Okay, she said. Which case do you want to open first? The judge's gravel came down like a pistol shot. I sentence you to 50 years in juvenile detention. No! Cried Darren, devastated. I'm innocent. He reeled to the courtroom to face Mr. Anastase, who was laughing loudly in the front row, claws at his side. You know I'm innocent. You should have thought of that before sending us on a wild goose chase for the Long Island Zoo. Mr. Anastase jeered. It's Bing's fault, Darren babbled. He and Slovak set me up. They dropped their fake plan out the window because they saw me spying on the house. Bad luck, thundered the judge. Take him away. Darren tried to escape, but strong hands grabbed him, shaking him. Let me go. Darren, wake up. You're having a nightmare. Shocked, Darren opened his eyes. His arms that held him tightly were his mother's. His father was behind the light switch, looking worried. His relief that 50-year sentence had been only a dream evaporated when his mother said, You're spying on what house? Oh, I don't know. It was just a dream. I don't remember what it was about. You were babbling about Griffin and Ben, his mother informed him, and you kept saying you were innocent. I know you, Darren Vader. You are never innocent. What are you mixed up in this time? Darren was too sleepy and too rattled to think up a good lie. He blurted out the whole ugly truth. His father was horrified. Are you telling me that 6 kids are all the way out of that zoo on 1:30 in the morning, and you sent 2 thugs after them? It sounded bad, even to Darren. I had no choice. They were going to call the cops on me because I had a hot hour. Miss Vader cast her husband a stricken look. You have to call those other parents and the police. Chapter 28. Griffin and Ben parked their roller pushers in the shadows behind the smart manor house. Ben unloaded the pet carrier containing the rabbits and the laundry bags with the prairie dogs. Griffin hefted the drawstring sack where his meerkat lay sleeping. "Team want to base," he said into the walkie-talkie. "Melissa, you're smart. We are smart mammers. Pop the door." "Got it," called Melissa's voice. "Just hope this works." They stood, barely daring to breathe, and almost broke into wild celebration when they heard a loud click. Griffin reached for the handle and pulled the door wide. "You're in." Logan's voice came over the speaker from Vase. "Tell me when the beaver's gone." "Beaver's with Team 2 at the North American wetlands," Griffin said briskly. "Savannah and Pitch are dumping him with the ducks in the lagoon." They found themselves in a long corridor with glassed-in habitats on both sides. Most of the animals are asleep, their displays dark. The main horse was in light mode, bathed in reddish light. Ben radiated anxiously. "How do we get them into the habitats? If we break the glass, we'll have the whole zoo on our necks." On the other side of the grounds at North American wetlands, Savannah overheard them on her own walkie-talkie. "There's a hallway in back that lets you get into the display," she advised. "Look for an entrance marked staff only." "Got it," Griffin confirmed. "It's locked. Melissa, hang on." A moment later, there was a tear click. Ben pushed the doors open, and they hustled their bags inside. This hallway was a thin passage that extended the full length of the building behind the rows of habitats. They could not see into the displays, but each one had an access panel that was clearly marked. They identified the animal inside, their food and water requirements, and maintenance instructions. Griffin went along, reading the signs. "Here, Eastern Cottontail Rabbit." He opened the panel just a crack, and they peered inside. There, in the middle of the tall grass, was peppery sand. On the habitat slumbered 2 gray-bound bundles of fur. Ben was dismayed. "Our guys are white. We've got the wrong rabbits." "They'll do," Griffin decided. Savannah said it doesn't have to be a perfect match. They just have to avoid killing each other before the zoo people notice them in the morning. They took the 3 rabbits out of the carrier and placed them gently in the habitat. The new arrivals, their sleep disturbed, looked around with fiery eyes, but soon settled down. If they were agitated by the move, it didn't show. Griffin felt a faint stirring of hope. The first animal had been unloaded. This could work. It would work. A few displays down, they disposed the prairie dog into a dusty enclosure with tumbleweeds and 2 others of its species. Switching to the other side of the hall, they located the meerkat exhibit. The heat was cranked up so high that it baked the moisture right out of their eyes as they placed their former tenant of Miss Bing's greenhouse into its natural habitat. "You know," said Griffin in a subdued voice, "I'm going to miss that little guy. I know it sounds crazy. Sometimes I felt he was the only one who really understood me." "You're right," Ben told him. "It sounds crazy." That left Ferret Face. In the very last enclosure, they found a community that included black-footed ferret, 2 stoats, and a European polecat, and a weasel. Ben reached into his hoodie and pulled Ferret Face out. "Okay, buddy, this is your stop." It was one thing to find a home for Ferret Face. It was quite another to make him go into it. It took every ounce of strength. The 2 had to disconnect the ferret's claws from the fleece of the hoodie. Even then, the creature tried to wrestle his way out of Ben's hands, wriggling and spitting. He was just a few inches from the opening when he suddenly froze, eyes fixed inside the display, looking out of them, display similar markings. It was another ferret. a little larger, but otherwise identical. Seizing the moment, Ben placed face onto the grass, and the two new friends scurried off together. Ben stared after them for a long moment. They grow up so fast, he commented, only half joking. Griffin was speaking to Melissa over the walkie-talkie once more. Team 1, Arden here. Next stop, Verdant Word. They let themselves out of the building and were almost instantly pinpointed to approaching headlights. Desperately, Griffin grabbed Ben to his shoulders and hurried the two of them off the doorsteps and into the bushes. They huddled there, watching the trepidation as a golf cart rattled slowly up, a uniformed security guard at the wheel. When he stopped his cart, the front tire was barely a yard from their hiding space. Griffin switched off his walkie-talkie. If one of the others tried to make contact now, the jig would be up. The shiny black boots stepped right in front of his nose. Oh, please don't look down. The guard walked over to the small manor house and tried the door. In that heart-stopping instant, Griffin realized he had no idea if the electronic lock had reset itself. If the building was open, the guard would know something was wrong. Locked. He and Ben exchanged a very quiet high five. The guard got back in his golf cart and drove off. Savannah and Pitch looked in the shadows, waiting for the familiar click that would tell them Melissa had released a aviary door. They entered the structure, a huge open area, landscaped and treed, enclosed by mesh fencing. It was a mysterious place by day, but now the birds are merely dozens of dark shapes peered on the branches asleep. This makes no sense at all, complained Pitch. Why won't you leave the chickenette that can't fly even in the aviary? Because they don't have a hen house, Savannah replied. At least here there are bird seeds and no predators. Unless you're a worm, Pitch agreed. She opened the laundry bag and the hen emerged in the ponderous chicken gate. The bird let out a slow, squawking click, as if testing to see if her vocal cords still worked in these strange surroundings. The sound provoked an instant response from another bag. The fabric began to undulate in Savannah's arms. A split second later, the piglet exploded out of the drawstring opening. He hit the ground, scrambling, and rushed over to cutter up to the hen. I guess Melissa's closet was their first date, Pitch commented. I was going to let him loose in a butterfly exhibit, said Savannah. But he'd have to have no one to talk to. You should seek help, Pitch advised, matter-of-factly. He'll be fine here till morning, Savannah concluded. She took out her walkie-talkie. Team 2, we're Arden. How are you making out, Griffin? We're finishing in Verdant Word, Griffin replied. We're a little behind schedule. We got hung by a security guard. We saw one too, Savannah confirmed. He was heading toward the monkey house. We'll be done in the reptile center, Griffin promised. Meet you back at the base. Dr. Alford's office in administration. Melissa set down her walkie-talkie and scrolled through the screens until she found the controls of the reptile amphibian center. This would be the last drop-off. Operation Zoobreak 2 was almost complete. Logan put a hand on her shoulder. If one guard is by the monkeys, and the other guard is circling in the golf cart, who are those two guys? Melissa followed his pointing finger. A pair of dark silhouettes moved across the central path, flashlights bobbing. Logan snatched up the walkie-talkie. Watch it, you guys. There may be 2 extra security guards out there. They didn't look like security guards to Melissa. They looked like trouble. Chapter 29. The design of the reptile amphibian center was similar to that of the smart manor house. The same night mode bulbs cast a reddish glow over the main corridor of glassed-in displays and narrow access halls behind them. But the task was nowhere near as simple. After a brief scan of the habitats, Griffin went straight to the walkie-talkie. Team 1 to Savannah. Where are you? On our way back to the base, came the reply. What's up? The exhibits don't match what we've got, Griffin explained, worried. There are no garter snakes, and there must be 6 different frog cases. Plus, the zoo turtles' heads are bigger than our whole turtles. And no chihuahua, Ben added ardently. I think Mr. Nasty made him up. Savannah was our business. You're going to have to improvise. Find combinations that aren't perfect, but are at least safe until the zookeepers get here tomorrow. Tell me about some of the displays near you. This big one got plenty of room for everybody. Ben called, let me check. American alligator. No, Savannah barked. There's a snap of everything that moves, including you guys, if you're not fast enough. They did a survey of the corridor, providing her with a list of their options. The garter snake went in with the Japanese Highland ribbon snake. They were cousins, Savannah explained. Forest marshlands habitat became home of the turtles, frogs, and salamanders. There were several smart species that could coexist without harming one another. The chihuahua they placed in the desert diorama with a Gila monster. You'll like it here, Ben assured his former house guest. It's just like our sauna, only my dad doesn't have to pay the heating bill. Griffin shut the access panel and set the latch in place. The flood of emotion that washed over him was like nothing he had ever experienced before. In his long and storied career of the man with a plan, he had known triumph, dismay, betrayal, anger, and joy. But the feeling that overwhelmed him at that moment was pure relief. The last week had piled disaster on top of the disaster, but finally there was light on the end of the tunnel. I can't believe we did it, he marveled. The way things have been going, I figured we'd be trampled by wild beasts, eaten by lions, or at least arrested. I guess we finally caught a break. Yeah, Ben murmured in hollow tone. Lucky us. Griffin frowned at his best friend. You look like you're at a funeral. We're animal free. All we have to do is to get the roller pushers home, and we are in the clear. What are you moping about? The plan, Ben said unhappily. It's over. Then you should be twice as happy, considering they complained louder than anybody, except maybe Logan. Yeah, Ben mourned, but this wasn't just a plan. It was the last plan, for me anyway. What are you talking about? There's always another... Ben stopped short. The academy? Ben nodded miserably. I didn't want to distract you in the middle of the Zoobreak too. A spot opened up for me. I'll leave in 9 days. Griffin was struck dumb. The taste of victory turned to ashes in his mouth. His skill as a planner had become so advanced that he felt he could accomplish anything. But now he had to face the fact that he was powerless to save his best friends. It was no longer a matter of possibility or someday. It was a done deal, a tragedy waiting at the end of the 9-day ticking clock. He couldn't even bring himself to say, it won't be so bad, because it was so bad already. Their sad silence was interrupted when the door from the main hallway burst open. The 2 red, hollowed figures that were suddenly upon them were tall and menacing in their dark clothing. You, shouted Griffin and Mr. Nastase at the same time. The shadow behind the zookeeper was enormous, and for the wild instant, Griffin thought it might be an escapee from the bear exhibit next door, but Ben knew better. It was far scarier than the bear claws. Griffin was astounded. It was known that 100 things could go wrong with second Zoobreak. Their parents, security, the police, the unpredictable animals. Yet never had he imagined that Mr. Nasty might be dogging their steps. The zookeeper regarded Griffin and Ben with something approaching an admiration. "You're quite a resourceful pair, aren't you? Not a zoo you can't get into, not an animal you can't steer. You've come to the end of your road. My young friends, all aboard animals will be back up and running within a week." "You're too late," Griffin shot back. "Your whole collection is stashed around the zoo. It'll take days to go through every cage and habitat." Mr. Anastase laughed dryly. "I don't need those animals. I just need animals. In fact, this might be an excellent chance to upgrading my stock." Ben was horrified. "What do you mean, upgrade?" "It'll all be the same to me, so long as the cash box stays full," the zookeeper said cheerfully. "More varieties mean happier customers. They have an excellent selection here." "Boss," Claus exclaimed in shock, "you're not thinking of stealing animals from this place?" "Your problem, Claus, is that you don't recognize a business opportunity when you see one." From a pocket of his long black coat, Mr. Anastase removed a compact tranquilizer gun with the first dart loaded and ready. Unobserved, Griffin reached into his pocket and pressed the transmit button on his walkie-talkie. Savannah and Pitch raced into the main building and arrived breathless at Dr. Alford's office. "We're done," Savannah reported. "We are Griffin and Ben." "Shh!" Marissa and Logan sat paralyzed down around their walkie-talkie, listening to the drama unfolding to the Reptile Amphibian Center. The new arrivals crouched beside them. "What is it?" Pitch whispered. Melissa's eyes were wide with terror. "Mr. Nasty and Claus. They've got Griffin and Ben. And now they're going to steal animals and restock their zoo." "No!" Savannah cried. Claus's deep voice rattled the tiny speaker. "So that's the way it is, huh, boss? You lied to me. You've been boosting animals all along. That girl was telling the truth about Eleanor. If you're asking if I broke into the stairs courtyard and took the monkey, the answer is no," the zookeeper replied. "But I like a bargain, so I didn't ask the people who sold it to me where they got it. Buying a stolen monkey is just as bad as stealing it yourself," Griffin piped up, outraged. "The kid's right, boss," Claus rumbled. Mr. Anastase's reply was full of scorn. "I'd expect it from Brett. But you, Claus, since when you are such a Boy Scout, make sure these two don't get away. I'm going shopping." Savannah was full of fury. "We can't let them kidnap any more animals." "Hold on," Pitch said seriously. "Saving animals is fine, but our first job is to save Griffin and Ben." "We have to do both," Savannah insisted. "Mr. Nasty, this is like being a kid in a candy shop. He could take half the zoo. Who knows how many animals could end up on that offer boat of his?" Logan was panicky. "But how can we stop them? That's Claus over there. He could kill us all with his little finger." Fearful glances passed among the four. It made no sense to fight over who they should rescue, when the real issue was whether they could rescue anybody, including themselves. How could mere kids overpower Mr. Anastase and his giant of a security man? The answer came from, of all people, shy Melissa. "What would Griffin do?" she said, her beady eyes open and alert. "We need a plan." Chapter 30. In the reddish glow, Griffin and Ben watched in horror as Mr. Anastase unlatched an access door that led to the corner habitat, the largest and most elaborate in the reptile amphibian center. Even Claus was uneasy. American alligators?
Boss, they'll eat you. Don't be so dramatic. The zookeeper hefted his tranquilizer pistol and ducked through the low doorway. Finn took a stab at reasoning with his burly security man. You can't let him do this. This is a public zoo. Quiet, kid. Klaus looked torn, his eyes darting back and forth from the young captives to his boss, tiptoeing inside the alligator's habitat. Don't think I've forgotten what happened on the paddle boat. His threatening gaze fell on Ben, and you, I remember all too well. Ben let out a whimper. The two friends peered anxiously into the enclosure, not sure what to hope for. At any moment, one of the larger reptiles could spring. Snapped lethal jaws at the zookeeper, but the gators seemed content to watch, statues, as Mr. Stays steered around them. All at once, he bent low, and when he straightened up again, he was holding a baby alligator, about 3 feet long. His fist was clamped tight on the animal's snout, immobilizing the jaws. He's crazy, murmured Ben as the zookeeper picked his way back through the habitat, splashing up to his anchors in the artificial swamp. This isn't what we're about, boss, Klaus pleaded. A few chipmunks still look cute for the kitties. We had a good thing going. The baby's short reptilian legs undulated slowly as Mr. Nastase stepped out of the exhibit with his prize. That's smart thinking from somebody as big as you. Better animals mean higher prices and more tickets sold. Get some twine to tie the mouth shut. Now, where to next? I hear they've got a Komodo dragon or lemurs. There are variations in the movie. As scared as he was, Griffin could not remain silent. You'll never get away with this. Don't you think the cops will notice when your boat has exactly the same species that missing animals from this place? The zookeeper nodded approvingly. That's exactly why I've had to throw open some of the cages. No one will notice a handful of absences in the mass escape. The police were allowed for a few disappearances. The odd animals run over by a car. Klaus was alarmed. A lot of them will get run over by cars. Tragic, Mr. Nastase agreed. But it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. We'll rat you out, Griffin threatened. Who will believe you? The zookeeper challenged. A bunch of rotten kids in the middle of empty cages. Zoo animals running wild. What do you think will get the blame? That's not fair, Ben blurted. Fair? Mr. Nastase's mustache became positively alpine. You break into my business, ruin my livelihood, make way with my valuable property, and leave my employee floundering in the ceiling like a man buried alive. And now you have the nerve to try to put my animals forever outside my reach. If you get what was fair, I'd throw you in with those alligators and lock the door. And as it is, I enjoy following this in the news, watching you squirm. You have a lot of explaining to do, which is going to be hard. Without relaxing his grip on the baby alligator, he raised the tranquilizer pistol and pointed it at Griffin's chest, considering you won't remember a thing. Klaus regarded him with alarm. Boss, no! He jumped in front of the boys just as the zookeeper squeezed the trigger. The sharp pop was muffled outside the walls of the reptile amphibian center. But to Savannah, Pitch, and Logan, there was no question what the sound might be. A gunshot, Logan rasped. Savannah was horrified. They're shooting the animals. Never mind the animals, Pitch hissed. Griffin and Ben are in there. She spoke urgently into the walkie-talkie. Melissa, carry the lights. At base in Dr. Alford's office, Melissa had heard a shot. We had a walkie-talkie in the Griffin's pockets. What's going on?
Now, Pitch insisted. Melissa reached for the computer. Griffin gaped into his tranquilizer dart that was now lodging in the fabric of Claus's back jacket. The security man seemed more confused than hurt. He regarded his employer in utter bewilderment. Boss? Then he stumbled and collapsed to the floor at Griffin's feet. Mr. Anastasia's eyes blazed with anger, as if he couldn't believe his security man was lying down on the job. You big oaf. Then everything went black. Chapter 31. There was a gasp of shock in the zookeeper, followed by a skidding clunk that could only be sound of 3-foot-long reptile hitting the terrazzo floor. With terrifying clarity, Griffin understood that the game had changed in a fundamental way. Even the baby alligator had a huge mouth filled with large, razor-sharp teeth. Desperately, he peered into the darkness. It was no use. He could make out nothing in the windowless corridor. All at once, the door from the main hall was thrown open, and he was blinded by a flashlight beam. He squinted against the overpowering brightness, trying in vain to see behind it. When he felt a tug, he cried out, but no, it was on his elbow, too high for a young gator to bite. Shh, it's me. Pitch, he whispered urgently. What are you doing? Rescuing you, come on. She grabbed his arm and hurled him out of his back corridor. Soon he was able to make out Savannah and Logan running beside him. Wait, he began. No time. They blasted through the double doors on the reptile amphibian center and into the cool night air. Griffin was finally able to complete his sentence. Where's Ben? Savannah and Logan exchanged accusing glances. I thought you were going to get Ben. They chorused as one. They reared and headed back for the building. An ear-splitting burp caught the air, and an amplified voice commanded, freeze! Flashers breezing a police cruiser swung the zoo's main drive and screeched to a halt in front of the reptile amphibian center. 2 uniformed officers leaped out. Griffin took another step and was immediately skewered by the beam of searchlights. Don't try it, came the harsh order, but not even the long arms of the law could overrule Griffin's concern for Ben. My friend's in there with 2 bad guys, and there's an alligator on the loose. That got the officer's attention. The cops barreled past them and pounded inside the building. The back car, Griffin instructed. He pulled a walkie-talkie from the pocket. Melissa, turn the lights back on. He was right behind the officers. Pitch, Savannah, and Logan brought up the rear. The bulbs blazed, not to infrared of night mode, but bright fluorescent light. An amazing sight met their eyes. Mr. Nestes was perched atop a work store, treed there by the baby alligator, who was snapping at his heels. Not far away lay Klaus's titanic form, still unconscious from the tranquilizer dart. And curled against the opposite wall was Ben, relaxed and snoring softly for the world like he was in the comfort of his own bed. The head cop was horrified. Car animals controlling, get me an ambulance. Possible alligator in attack. We've got 2 people down here, and one of them is a kid. He's just sleeping, Griffin explained. He does that a lot. As for the big guy, his boss tanked with him. Mr. Nestes dropped the dart gun. It was self-defense. These are the kids who robbed my zoo. And they just attacked me with this dangerous predator. Savannah jumped forward and scooped up the baby alligator, gently holding its jaws shut. That's a lie. And he's not dangerous. He's adorable. Logan pointed at the zookeeper. He's the one stealing animals. The officer's eyes narrowed. And what exactly are you kids doing here? We are giving animals, Pitch put in defiantly. We were on our way home when these guys ambushed us. In fact, Griffin added hopefully, we should probably get going right now. Don't even think about it. Nobody's at any of your houses. Your parents are waiting for you at the police station. The words resonated like cluster bombs. The Zoobreak team had survived many near misses in the past week, but this was not going to be one of them. Claus sat up gingerly. Oh, I got a headache. As he blinked away the dizziness of the tranquilizer effect, his eyes focused on Logan. Hey, isn't that Ferris Atwater Jr.? Despite the trouble he knew they were in, Logan felt his heart soar with pride. Being recognized for the role you played was star-sighting. His first ever. Griffin bent down and shook Ben by the shoulder. Wake up, man, he whispered. We're under arrest. Chapter 32. It took a convoy of 3 police cars to gather up the Zoobreak team and the staff of all aboard Animals for the ride to the station. As if he wasn't miserable enough, the last thing Griffin saw before the cruiser left the grounds of the Long Island Zoo was a fleet of 6 rollerbushes standing in the parking lot. Each prototype bore a yellow tag that read evidence. Griffin slumped in his seat beside Ben and Savannah. I'm sorry, you guys. It's all me. I should have known that you can't keep piling up plans on top of plan without getting burned. No, this is my fault, Savannah said bravely. It started with Cleo, and it mushroomed because I wouldn't leave all those animals in that hideous boat. Ben was totally down. Fine, you guys fight it out over who's guilt here. Just explain it to my mother before she kills me. My one consolation, Savannah added, is that Klaus and Mr. Nasty are under arrest too. Big deal, mumbled Ben. We're in just as much trouble as they are. They store animals, we store animals. They broken, we broken. My luck, Klaus is going to be my starmate in jail. I don't think Klaus knew anything about the stolen animals, Griffin put in. He was trying to talk Mr. Nasty out of busting out alligators. And that dart he took was meant for us. He's a saint, Savannah muttered sarcastically. What I don't understand, Griffin went on, is how our parents find out where we are. Ben was listless. What difference does that make? So they knew in advance. Big deal. When the cops caught us, they would call our folks anyway. Same result. We aren't dog meat. Don't you see the difference? Griffin reasoned. Someone must have ratted us out, but who? When they arrived at the police station, the squad room was crowded, but the first face they saw was the guilty countenance of Darren Vader. I should have known, said Griffin through clenched teeth. No situation is ever so bad that it can get worse by Darren getting involved. But Darren seemed interested only in Mr. Nastace. There he is. That's the guy who stole my out and blackmailed me into telling on my friends. Petch was annoyed. Since when are we your friends? Griffin shushed her. Darren might be able to expose just the kind of man the zookeeper was. That was the only thing that could save them. The fact that everything they've done had been to rescue the animals from Mr. Nastace's cruelty. The sight of their children alive and unhurt was so welcome to the parents that there was a lot of relief and very little anger. Griffin had an extra apology from his father. Dad, he said shamefaced, I'm so sorry you got your prototypes impounded by the cops. I swear I wouldn't have done it if there was any other way to get all those animals out of the zoo. Mr. Bing sighed. so, but just for a few hours. I wouldn't be so worried if the paperwork for the patent had been filed. He cast a resentful look at the direction of Darren's mother. Griffin's mother spoke up. Well, I say hooray for Daria Vader. She may not appreciate your newest invention, but at least she had the smarts to confront her son when she knew something was fishy. Who knows what should have happened if the police haven't arrived when they did. Griffin nodded in reluctant agreement. Against all odds, Darren's big mouth might actually have done some good for a change. What I can't understand, Mom went on, is why you always have to go off half-cocked on these crazy misadventures instead of just coming to us. We're your parents, not your enemies. Honestly, Griffin, if you were so dead set on rescuing those animals, why didn't you just ask? Griffin was chastened by unrepentant. Think about it, Mom. Did you want me to ask you so you could harp, or so you can talk me out of it? She sighed. Maybe you have a point, but it's my responsibility to try to keep you from getting yourself scared. And that's what very well might have happened tonight. It stung, mostly because she was right. Griffin had always believed that, with planning, kids could get along in the adults' world. Yet the chaotic scene in the back hall was the Reptile Amphibian Center had him questioning himself. What would Mr. Nastase have done to them if Melissa hadn't killed the lights just in time? What if Klaus had gone along with his boss instead of stepping in front of the dart meant for Griffin? What if Griffin had faced the fact that there were situations that called for a dart intervention, even if that meant the plan had failed? Some things, like your safety and the safety of your friends, were more important than winning. The buzz of whispered conversation turned to silence when Mr. Nastase and Klaus were paraded into the interrogation room. Both men were now in handcuffs. Griffin rushed over to the officer who was bringing up the rear. Don't be too hard on that big guy. He really came through for us in the end. Mr. Bing held his son back gently but firmly. Let's just let the police do their job. That job was not a quick one. It was nearly 3 a.m. and Mr. Benson asked the desk sergeant if it might be better to take the kids home for a few hours sleep and convince in the morning. Sit tight, sir, the officer replied gravely. You're trying to get the handle on this whole situation. The tone was echoed by all the cops at the present. The word was polite, even friendly, but their expression was dead serious. The Arrestees remained with their parents, waiting in stiff-necked misery. There was no communication among the Zoobreakers themselves. Even Darren kept his mouth uncharacteristically shut. He wasn't in trouble with the law, but it was obvious that the Vaders were not happy with the role in that played in a caper. Griffin caught Ben looking his way a few times, but Mr. Slowback pointedly stepped in to block her son's line of sight. Not since the baseball card heist that Ben's mother regarded Griffin with such suspicion. She was probably thrilled that 9 days from now, Ben would be on New Jersey, away from the evil influence of the man with the plan. Failure, arrest, and roller bushers impounded Ben's head for the DuPont Academy. There was so much to be sad about, but by 4 o'clock, Ben was fast asleep between his parents. Even Griffin was beginning to nod off, when the lieutenant himself, came out to address the anxious families. I need everybody's attention. Wait, Savannah leaped to her feet. I'm the only one who should be under arrest. I talked everybody into rescuing Cleopatra, and it was my idea to take the other animals too. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me. Honey, his father began. Let me finish. She turned back to the lieutenant, her face impassioned. You have to let the others off the hook. Whatever they did, it was because of me. And even if I have to go to jail for the rest of my life, you can't give those animals back to Mr. Nasty, because he's a cruel and terrible person. He doesn't understand them. He doesn't treat them right, and he definitely doesn't give them the love and respect that they deserve. The lieutenant waited patiently through this long speech. Are you done? Savannah sat down again, nodding bravely. Thanks. What I came to say is this. Go home. Mr. Kellerman looked cautiously optimistic. And then what happens? The officer let out a heavy sigh. Contrary to what you may think, a cop's job is more than eating donuts and yelling at teenagers to turn down the stereo. While you've been cooling your thirst here, we've done some investigating. We know, for example, that there have been more than 300 complaints about conditions at all of our animals over the past 18 months. We've also been in touch with the emergency staff that was called in to the Long Island Zoo tonight. They tell us that the extra animals are fine and in very good shapes, and the places are stashed them showed care and a lot of thought. And after a heart-to-heart chat with your friend Mr. Nestays, officers are on their way to make arrest in the exotic animal ring responsible for stealing the dressage monkey and a certain meerkat that was reported missing from Barrington, Rhode Island 6 months ago. Parents and zoobreakers alike digested this information when somebody finally spoke. It was the shyest person in the group, and her timid voice barely made it past her curtain of hair. So you're not under arrest anymore? Melissa ventured. Only because they're the people older than guiltier than you are in this mess, the lieutenant said sternly. Just because you did it for all the right reasons doesn't make it okay. Another thing that came up in that investigation was that a little matter of the stolen Babe Ruth baseball card last fall. This is what we in the law enforcement community call a pattern. You lucked out on that one too. But be warned, your lucky streak is officially over. If your names come across our blotter again, it's going to go just like on the TV shows. You'll be arrested, cuffed, fingerprinted, and prosecuted to the full extent of the laws. Now, I repeat, go home. The collective signs of relief moved air in the room slowly, as if this break might be too good to be true. Everyone stood and began to struggle towards the exit. Savannah regarded her teammates. I'm so sorry, you guys. Don't apologize, pitched sadly. We knew what we were getting into. I'm sorry too, but Darren didn't want to mess you up. I wanted to mess you up, but it would have been sad if any of you got eaten by an alligator. Darren Vader, that was heartfelt emotion. When Mr. Dukakis opened the door, there was a whoop of merriment, and a young patrolman came wheeling into the squad room on the impound roller bushel, executing spins and hairpin turns, grinning like the kids at Six Flags. He jumped off in front of his commanding officers. This thing is amazing, Lieutenant. Somebody ought to patent it. Mr. Bing's eyes locked on Miss Vader's across the group. She was, after all, the lawyer who was supposed to help him. She nodded, impressed. First thing, Monday morning. Chapter 33. Dr. Kathleen Alford returned from her trip to Africa to find that the population of the Long Island Zoo had increased by more than just the 3 rainforest baboons she had just brought with her. With the aid of her young friend Savannah Dristier, she set to work finding a new home to the former of art aboard Animal's collection. She also hired a new assistant zookeeper, a burly young man with zoo experience, who would have no problem dealing with even the largest animals. Claus Anthony had already been cleared in a case with his former boss, Mr. Nastase. His final act as an art-aboard Animals employee was to help the Coast Guard get the abandoned paddle boat out of the inlet at Rutherford Point. Once the engine had been coaxed back to life, a loud grinding clatter cut the air. The giant paddle wheel made a single revolution before dumping several splintered seaweed-tangled wooden planks into the deck. The last remains of the discarded rowboat, Mr. Nastase pleaded guilty to receiving stolen goods, attempted the theft, and reckless discharges of a tranquilizer gun. In exchanges for his testimony against the stolen animal wings, he avoided jail time and was sentenced to 1,500 hours of community service for a wildlife preservation group. His job, though, would be in the mailroom. He was banned from ever having direct contact with animals again. Thanks to her extensive connections with zoos and preserves around the country, Dr. Alford had little trouble relocating the newest tenants. The meerkat went back to its owners in Rhode Island. The loon and the duck got the okay to return to the park next to Savannah's house. Loon in particular had become a neighborhood celebrity. The piglet and chicken, friends to be to the end, went together to the Queen's County County Farm Museum. Squirrels and chipmunks were released into a wooden area. The hamsters, gerbils, mice, turtles, and salamanders, and frogs were distributed to various pet stores. The beaver went all the way to the provincial park in Canada. The rangers were amazed that it refused to cut down trees, but instead built its dam by dismantling the old pieces of furniture that had been dumped by the creek. Darren's owl escaped while being transferred to the Central Park Zoo and took shelter in the bell tower at St. Sebastian's Church on First Avenue, where it eventually made it home. Who was on first? The Chihuahua was adopted by a large beach resort in Aruba to star in their TV commercials as Chuckwalla Party Lizard. They guaranteed a climate-controlled home, celebrity status, and all the flies he could eat. His sauna days were just beginning. The deer had been set to transfer the prairie dogs and ferret to the San Diego Zoo, but when their female ermine gave birth to an oversized litter, it was no longer feasible to introduce a new male into the habitat. The prairie dog was still welcome. Ferret Face had to stay behind. Dr. Alford spread forward. Savannah would be upset. The poor girl felt guilty enough to leave the ferret homeless would eat her alive. Then the phone rang. How about this? Griffin tossed her over another pair of pajamas, which had been jammed into the suitcase. Why not? He said listlessly. It's a sleep academy. I need as well be dressed for it. It was a moment both of them had been dreading. While Savannah, Melissa, Logan, Pitch, and even Darren had been basking in the relief of being off the hook for the Zoobreaks, he and Ben had been looking ahead to something far worse. The fateful day had finally come. Ben was departing from the DuPont for the DuPont Academy. Griffin checked his watch. I thought you guys were supposed to be leaving around noon. It's after 2. My folks got a car from the last-minute conference with a pediatrician. The school nurse is there too. Griffin frowned. That doesn't sound good. Ben shook miserably. I'm on my way to New Jersey. How much worse can things get? As if on cue, a car door slammed outside. Ben took a deep breath. This is it. Griffin took an even deeper one and resolved not to make an idiot out of himself. It's New Jersey, not the moon. Ow! My dad! Ben exclaimed in alarm. The two ran out of the room and started down the stairs to Mr. Slovak's aid. An unidentified furry object came streaking towards them and leaped on Ben, knocking him flat on his back on the first landing. Ben gawked as the creature burrowed under his shirt and made himself comfortable. Ferret face! Yeah, and he nearly bit off my finger, Mr. Slovak complained. In the future, keep him away from me. Future, Ben echoed. This is no future. I'm going away to school. Dr. Patterson and Nurse Savage noticed that your sleeping habits were improving, his father explained. When they found out about Ferret Face, they got the idea to and ran it by the experts at the academy. We give you back the ferret, and we keep you awake during the day, which in turn makes you sleep better at night. Ben was incredulous. And DuPont agreed to that? Mr. Slovak nodded. There's even sponsoring the trial. After 6 months, if this is working for you, then you won't have to go to the academy. He sucked on his finger. And I repeat, keep that monster away from me. Ben hugged the ferret protectively. He's not a monster. He's my personal guardian angel. His father grinned. Good news, Ben. Better than good. Mom and I are thrilled. The process of unpacking was much more joyful and quicker, too. Ben ripped open the suitcase and dumped everything out to the floor and sent Ferret Face down to play in the soft clothing. All right, little buddy, go to town. You can even eat my socks. You're the man. It's amazing how things work out. Griffin observed. This never would have happened without Operation Zoobreak. True. Ben toward the man with the plan. But you'll have to admit that there are sometimes when even a perfect plan won't help you, you need a miracle. Like this, Griffin agreed. What neither said was aloud was the greatest miracle of all was the fact that the two best friends on the planet were lucky enough to be growing up as neighbors in the very same town. Down the street, in the dress dealer's yard, Cleopatra clung in the back of Luther's neck, the second best friends on the planet, blissfully happy to be together. About the author. Gordon Korman's last novel features Griffin Bing and his team, Swindler. Was called pure plot-driven fun from top to bottom by School Library Journal and scary, funny, and hysterical by a middle school reviewer in the Chicago Tribune. His other books include This Can't Be Happening at McDonald Hall, published when he was 14. The trilogies Island, Everest, Dive, and Kidnapped. The series of The Run and No More Dead Dogs and The Son of the Mob. He lives in New York with his family and can be found in the web at www.gordonkorman.com. The End of Zoobreak by Gordon Korman.